Hey there, Warriors of Light. It's me, your boy. I'm joined by Savvy.
Heyo.
I don't know how much she'll decide that she wants to speak, but she's here and can watch all this mess. She has to kind of watch around me, though, which is weird. But you can also see it over there, technically. And if we want to get real complicated with it, I can even do that. So you've got it in 3 different places.
Perfect.
But we've got some story to get through, and I'm still in a party with Harley. She's been doing story and stuff. I'm so behind everybody else. So where we last left off, we were gonna deal with some enemies. The commander here, the legatus, had just offed himself. I guess because he couldn't live in a war where he worked with the people from Eorzea. I thought that was a wall. Oh, hey Kay. Sorry, I just saw you pop in the chat.
Hi, Kay.
I'm making the mistake of playing while I'm eating. So I'm like doing all this one-handed. It's okay, I can see why you stopped streaming. Or at least a reason that you probably stopped streaming, because streaming really does make things take a lot longer. Because I'm letting like all the dialogue play and stuff. I suppose I can safely move over here and not put too much strain on the cable. I lowered my mic volume. Also, I didn't realize that I was blowing out until I listened to my second video and I was like, oh shit, okay. I'll put out the general reminder. Please, 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 if there's ever audio issues, tell me. Good. I didn't really like listen to how this one is, but I didn't realize I did 11 hours worth of content with a blown out mic. Whoops.
It wasn't always blown out.
I'm sure like if I like spoke up or anything, it was like, hey. Oh, yeah. Yeah, my mic should never be that blown out. Hi, Ryu. I didn't see you come in. Sneaky. Yeah, so Savvy's got to meet all the animals. Mose threw a fucking fit while we were standing in the kitchen earlier and slapped some food into the floor.
I don't think she meant to. She used her tail.
I don't know. She's got an attitude. But to quote you, she's a cat.
She is a cat. Don't know what you want.
I want her to be nicer.
Like, get another dog.
No. Love my dogs. Not interested in anymore. It's not a forever decision, but I would like to have some time without. Because he'll just come in here and stare at me, so I'm kind of glad that you can like run recon and be like, come here, get pets. First things first and all that, so he says. Oh, we're right outside of the camp. Okay. We faster just right in. Quintus. I've been trying to remember that dude's name all morning. It's Quintus. Oh, really quick. I have to mute the stream. I'm back. I'll tell you, if you want a game that can expand your vocabulary, this is a game to do it. Perfidy.
Star anise.
Yeah, star anise was the thing I didn't know was real. Getting some network hiccups. It's not affecting the recording, thankfully. It's not all the time. This controller. Oh, here we go. Now they give me some Aether Current quest. So we're gonna do those first. Hmm. So we are pulling a little bit on this cable.
Okay.
As I noticed, I lost a channel of audio there. 1 second. Oh, now we lost all of it. Please. Uh-oh. Don't like that. Yeah, it's not picking up anything off my desktop audio. Let me check the properties on it really quick, because we're definitely going to need audio. Oh, nope. Got it. I wonder if maybe that part just like dies down the music and it was terrible timing. No, I just had to remind it. Like, hey, you need to be doing this. Anyways. So that's been a recurring theme here. Of us having to like really shed away the image that they've kind of built for us. That were these invaders and monsters. Oh, we're gonna have to follow them. So basically we got a couple of side quests. One's to convince a child to come to the camp with us that's being reluctant. The other one's just to escort somebody to the trappers or the tapper's den where they harvest the ceruleum that we're using.
Is it an escort and protect quest? Because those suck.
Yeah, but it seems like she's gonna move at my pace. Yeah, she's moving at my pace, so it's really just get there and make sure no harm comes to her, which shouldn't be too difficult. Where we're not totally bound by what like part we can be in. We can just straight up avoid most of the conflict. I'm not like locked on a path. Well, I'm gonna try to like sneak around because I want this dialogue. Just talking about the challenges and mapping it out. So they do have kind of a path they want you to go on, but it's optional. It's just if you want that lore and dialogue.
There's like designated conversation areas.
Yeah, so basically, like this whole like having NPCs follow you is a whole new system
Oh, okay.
for Endwalker. And these are like optional conversational areas where you can get some additional like lore and dialogue. Yep, totally optional. Unless the like your main story quest is telling you that you need to do it, but there hasn't been too much of that. Ah, here we go. Easy peasy. She's not following me anymore. Damn, bro, it's crazy. I'll check it quest out later. Like, for now, I just want those Aether Currents. Well, I absolutely do want to, like, sit down and go through every side quest and, like, read all the text and stuff. We just ain't got that kind of time. I have to get this done before I go back to art. Wait, we have another quest. There's two. That's right. Be faster and teleport. I'm almost done eating so I can dedicate both hands to playing. Something I've noticed with this area is that people like to identify each other based on their hair color.
See their hair color?
Yeah, we had some quests last night that were like, yeah, you know, look for this kid with this azure colored hair or, you know, stuff like that. And this one, she said, his name's Velissus, but most know him better for his scarlet locks. You hated this quest? Or are you talking about the Azure one? Because if so, yeah, that took a couple tries. The Azure hair goblin, yeah, fuck that kid. Hated his ass. Yeah, you can see how often he comes to check on me. It's quite often. Cool, so we got that all done for now, so we can actually proceed to the main story. There's one more, but very important thing for me to do. And get into our next bit of voice dialogue, so that way I can handle it. Upon settling down for supper, several cutscenes will play in sequence. So I recommend you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Sure, supper can't be that eventful, right? Today's Saturday.
Is that all of them?
The last of those who agreed to join us, yes.
We left heaters and provisions for those who wish to stay behind. They won't last forever, but hopefully they'll last long enough.
For now, I think everyone's earned a rest. We'll see to those in need of medical attention, so take the others with you and get yourselves some hot soup.
Warmth. At last.
Marvelous, isn't it?
Hey, there's your favorite.
Yeah.
All thanks to the resourceful machinists of Ishgard, I might add.
Ah.
On their behalf, I bid you warm yourself to your heart's content.
Hold on. Your people might have scribbled a few things on a piece of parchment, but it was Owl and Minson Smiths that put the bloody things together.
Well, be that as it may, we single-handedly got the interior heating up and running again, didn't we?
Fight,
The
fight,
hells
fight.
you did? We were there every step of the way.
We? You barely raised a finger to help, you ale-sodden reprobate.
You reprobate.
I did a damn sight more than you lily-livered bilge rat.
Take that back!
Make me.
I will not stoop to your level.
Here.
At ease, man. There's nothing funny in it. I'm from Alamigo, but was a conscript until recently. Used to eat this with the officers.
Apparently, it's adapted from a steppe recipe. This is my first time trying it, and I have to say, it's not half bad.
Mmm. It's a bit too flavorful for my liking.
Perhaps compared to what you're used to.
It's the little things that make life worth living, don't you think?
I know this is not a dream, and yet... I felt the same way at the Dragon Song War's end. Every morning I would step outside and need to be reminded that it wasn't my imagination, that my world had been forever changed. And just as I had grown accustomed to the idea, again you change my world in ways I never thought possible. Were it not for you and your fellow scions, the rifts between man and dragon and myriad tribes might never have been bridged. The Grand Company of Eorzea, the Ilsabard contingent. We owe it all to you. We've shed many tears in recent days, of pain and sorrow, triumph and joy. I much prefer the latter. I'm honored to fight by your side. As an Eorzean and Garlean both, I shall do all in my power to bring my peoples together.
It is a remarkable achievement. Everything that I and the Populares had hoped for, and more.
Would that it had come sooner.
Indeed. Too many are not here to see it. And yet, there is a warmth in my breast, as if they still share in this moment.
Yes, I know what you mean. On a night like tonight, the wind and cold seem to pass me by.
On behalf of the Guardian Empire, thank you for inviting me today.
What? Emperor Varus?
They are being tempered. The talismans! Quickly!
Save me, brave hero! Ahem. My lord has requested your presence, and I would hate to disappoint him.
Dinner's gone terribly wrong.
The experiment was a success, but I fear our time is short. I shall begin the preparations.
Now, it is time for you to awaken. Good morrow to you. Here, have a taste before it gets cold. Oh, but be sure to remove your helmet. Take a moment, too, to familiarize yourself with that borrowed flesh. So, how does it feel? I, for one, find those first moments within a new body to be most refreshing. We had a Magitech engineer by the name of Aulus to thank for this method of soul extraction and implantation. I believe the two of you met briefly in Alamigo. His was a rather sticky end, wasn't it? Thankfully, he was thoughtful enough to leave behind his mind-jack technology. I took the liberty of making some improvements and selecting you as my esteemed test subject. And permit you to go on a righteous rampage instead of partaking in this delicious meal? I think not. I must say, I have gone to great lengths to reunite you with my lord. When I discovered that his friend was in this neck of the woods, I suggested inviting you over for dinner. He never deigned to respond, but I took his silence as a resounding yes. Oh my! Daddy is pleased his grumpy little boy has finally found his playmate. Ah, exposition is in order. The Garlean Empire has long outlawed all forms of religion. No gods to worship, no risk of summoning. Brilliantly simple. But people being people must turn to something or someone in their hour of need. Who then? Why, His Radiance the Emperor, of course.
Did they turn the Emperor into a primal?
As you have observed firsthand, Garlemald has seen better days. The legendary Solus Zosgalvus, dead. Provinces near and far in open rebellion. our bold new emperor assassinated. And that last one even sparked a civil war. What rotten luck. The people cried out for salvation. Their earnest pleas, one might even call them prayers, a supplication united for the Empire to reclaim her former glory. And so their will did manifest, channeled through the corpse of none other than Emperor Varus himself. And lo, the Savior was born, the embodiment of the Garlean spirit, their anima.
Weird.
It calls to its subjects, compelling them to take up arms and fight. And just as the wealth and power gravitate towards the Empire's capital, so too does ether from every corner of the globe. The towers with which you and your allies have been so preoccupied were created as an extension of Anima itself. An ingenious design. Would you not agree, my lord?
Does the pursuit of prey you have bested before excite you? Of course not. Absent the challenge, the thrill, your prize is a hollow victory. Butchery. Perhaps you think that to be the extent of my promise. I have no doubt fallen in your estimation since Alamigo. Fair enough. But do not let your disdain deprive us, of an opportunity to craft an even more majestic moment of euphoria. I have been honing my craft as I set the stage for our reunion. Wheresoever there is suffering and despair, you appear to fulfill your duty as defender of this star. The chaos and destruction that my hordes have wrought are my gifts to you alone. At a loss for words? No matter. As you will learn, I have only just begun.
Oh, will you not finish your meal?
There is only one thing that can sate my hunger, and it would seem my friend has lost her appetite. I hoped this display of civility might prove an entertaining diversion, but clearly we are above such pretensions. While my lifeless body was in the possession of the Ascian, I too claimed another's as my own. It was an enlightening experience to fight in an unfamiliar form. Flaws and failings in my technique were plain to see. Whence rises one's true strength? The flesh the soul? Perhaps you should like to discover the answer for yourself. Or together.
Get the fuck out of my body.
Oh dear! Whatever would happen if my lord were to greet your friends as you? I shudder to imagine what carnage he would wreak. We'd better hurry if we want to avert the bloodbath. You can thank me later for my generosity.
I'm so fucking upset right now.
Ah, there it is. Your camp, I believe. If I were to hazard a guess, I would say that you, the other you, is making her way there as we speak. Alas, this you will have to walk from here. Or run, if you can manage it. My lord would be cross if I made it too easy. Such ingratitude. I'd not squander this fighting chance. After all, you've obstacles enough to overcome. Right on cue. Tempered soldiers, with standing orders to kill those not sworn to anima. Under normal circumstances, you would make short work of them. But on this occasion, the odds are not so heavily stacked in your favor.
And then that fucking incense pop-up shows up. God damn it. Given your diminished capacity. Nevertheless, it would perhaps be prudent to keep to the shadows. Yeah, that's what I was fucking trying to do.
About like a rodent.
Hey Fox, hope you're well. Thanks for stopping by. It has been a while. I'm hanging in there, man. How you doing? Sorry, it's like a really tense moment, so I'm kind of absorbed in it. I'm not even heading the right way. Glad to hear it. I have to kind of keep myself muted because I'm putting the audio through the TV speakers, so... I'm trying to find fuel for this Magitech thing that's hidden somewhere. I didn't think I was ever gonna find this. I should have known they were going to make this a lot harder. I was doing too good. The fuck is that? I know we've seen one before, but still, fuck. I think we cleared it. I hope we cleared it. Not gonna lie, I wasn't ready for that. I wasn't ready at all for that. I was over here taking a drink of Coke and I saw the thing flash up and I was like, fuck.
My God, just is.
Right. This is kind of heartbreaking, to be honest. Like I'm in full control of this.
Mm-hmm.
We're still so far away. Like, just getting out of the city has been the worst. I can't heal.
It is a miracle we were able to restrain the Tempered without suffering casualties.
A welcome one. Arun, Senna, and the others have their hands full as it is. Thankfully, there are enough scales.
Y'shtola's gonna know.
And what of Eulus? His symptoms were particularly severe.
They were, but others fared still worse, including some brought back from the Magna Glacius. As those in most desperate need take priority, it may be a while before he receives treatment. But rest assured that he will. In the meantime, we must find our missing friend. May the Fury guide you.
Of all the bloody times for a disappearing act.
Right when the first wave struck, we'd be fools to think it a coincidence. But where even to begin the search? No one saw her leave in the chaos, and we've no trail to follow.
While I know full well she can handle herself, I worry all the same.
Ah, speak of the devil.
Well, time to call off the search.
Case closed.
Bullshit.
That's her, over there.
Aye, 'twould appear so. Thou art struggling to perceive her presence?
I am. Perhaps, in the aftermath of the wave, there is some residual effect interfering with my faculties. But...
Where have you been? We've been worried sick.
Now, all's well that ends well.
This could be somebody else's voice, ain't it?
Are you all right?
Who are you?
Oh, God knows it first. I know, right? Did that off stream, didn't you know?
Sadly, that is all we have time for today. The effect has run its course, and back to your own bodies you must go. But where are my manners? You have all traveled so very far, and I've yet to pay my respects. Though in my defense, I was ill-prepared to receive so many uninvited guests. As such, preliminary entertainments were in order. A handful of tempered soldiers to hamper your progress. Refugees to command your attention while I siphon the ceruleum from the shadows. Particularly effective. Charitable souls that you are, you bent over backwards to aid them, heedless of the delay, predictable to a fault. And so my plan approaches completion unhindered. Anima will soon have absorbed the requisite amount of ether, and then shall come the spectacle to end all spectacles. The eldest and most powerful of primals will awaken, and all shall bear witness to the final days.
The gods themselves will be my meal. Your dear companions my dessert. Upon this world I'll feast, and death shall follow in my wake. All your hate, all your rage, you will render unto me.
Fucking Xenos, goddamn.
For upon thy life's reel wind too many threads of fate, power, wheel enmeshed with woe. More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence. Take heart and protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation.
Thank goodness. She's awake.
Perfectly fine, yes. I hope the same can be said of you.
Everything in working order? That's a relief. Oh, and before I forget, thanks for coming to our rescue.
Given recent events, I would be surprised if you weren't feeling a bit poorly. A hearty meal and a long rest would be my recommendation under normal circumstances, but these are anything but. If Van Daniel's boasts are to be believed, we must act quickly. Once you've blown away the cobwebs, we can discuss preparations for our assault on the Tower of Babel.
Ooh. See, I was muted for a lot because I had a lot of there's a lot going on there. I had going through my speakers, but that was a really cool segment, but I'm so fucking fussy about it. Enjoy your date. Gotta say, preferred eating with Amric a lot better. Hell, preferred eating with my friends most of all. In Old Charlie, and we had burgers. Oh, this will let me have flying out here. Cool. So, fuck, stop. At first I was kind of baffled that they chose to use anima in this way, but I guess in a way it makes sense, since the lore regarding anima in general is that it was Seymour's mother, and basically like her tormented soul used to protect him, and of course twisted well beyond what her original intent was when she offered herself up. So with anima being used in 14 as being a virus, I guess it's fitting. It takes pretty much all the same stuff, except it's just a different relationship. Anyways, Tower Babel. It's going to be interesting. And the Primal. I should have guessed it was anima. Like, it makes sense.
Big evil towers are such a trope.
I can tell you, at least in its use here, that it's actually a reference to an earlier Final Fantasy game. A lot of this is being pulled from Final Fantasy IV, even though anima itself, I only know of anima from 10. But yeah, the first dungeon's the Tower's Lot. That's also from Final Fantasy IV. So, but that's a good question in general. I'm not really like, I guess it's just an easy thing to convey.
Yeah.
Like, hey, here's our mid-level management office where we do all of our evil shit out of. Oh yeah, here's the Starbucks where we run all of our evil shenanigans. The perfect base of operations. Did you want one pump of suffering or two?
Maybe it's Tolkien's fault. Two towers.
Who knows how many countless works it's influenced? Jerk.
At least that was the influence, and not let's describe every tree we pass in exquisite detail and take up 5 chapters before we do anything.
Me writing the book. What a fucking tree. Holy shit. If you were here and you saw this tree, it'd be the tits. TV brightens up the room quite a bit. Interesting bit of lore. So we're basically going to break up into two groups, a diversionary group and an infiltration group. I, of course, will be in the infiltration group. Good times. Oh yeah, what name do you want me to put on your torment? Sandy? Okay. Actually, quick question. For those of you listening to the stream, how much does this echo in my microphone? You don't hear anything. Because I'm putting the audio out through my TV, and I'm afraid they'll pick up on the microphone, but if it's perfectly in sync, then you guys might not notice. Let me know again when there's some voice. At least you're such a fucking blockhead. Watch your tongue, fool, lest I feed it to the crows. Sadhu's fucking insane. That's your wife? Fair. Fair, Harley. Little son! Ah! Oh, I'm so glad that that burn has made its way through. You'll take Magni? You're a trooper, I guess. She said the thing. There's his Nama. So backstory, Magni basically had proposed to Y'shtola. Okay. And Y'shtola gave him the most firm of no's. And called him Little Son, since he's really big into being the bright son of the place he's from. Like, I'm really simplifying it, but and that it's apparently made its way around. That was fuck. That was still back in Stormblood, wasn't it? Like Stormblood patch content? Yeah, because Y'shtola was still there. Silly question. Yeah, that was 2 expansions ago.
Jeez.
They don't let shit like that sit around. I'm just going over strategy. Basically, no matter what, the sounds have to keep going. When we're outside of me streaming and recording, I'll tell y'all about my AFK situation. That's all I'm gonna say. But I can't really discuss it here. This is Vim's comments about being AFK made me think of it. I'm just worried about there being an echo, but if there's no echo from like the game audio, then that's great. That means I can leave it unmuted. Yeah, same. Seems like the distraction team's doing a good job. It's time for us to sneak in. Magnite's back there, hype as fuck.
It's the Worf of the group.
Ready to fucking fight, let's go! I've been ready. That's pretty accurate. Though, I don't know, Worf would be more like Sadu. Not just the glory of combat, but like death being an honor and stuff. Magnite doesn't necessarily seek death, Sadu does. Oh, we got 2 Final Fantasy references back to fucking back. I guess I need to hop into the general chat. Hi, friends.
Hi.
Hello. Hello.
You ready?
Yeah. Yeah, let's do it.
Tower of Basil.
Tower of Basil.
Hi, Zavi.
Kay says hi.
Oh, hi, Kay.
Hi.
Now or never.
That was a very abrupt use of voiceover.
It's already a bop.
Music is pumping, bro. Pumpers in the chat.
What a dungeon. My bioblaster.
Tank, please, there's nowhere else to go.
I used him because I didn't think they'd move. Shit, that double reassemble? Fuck yeah.
Woo!
So strangely enough, this reminds me of a PS2 game called The Bouncer. I get Final Fantasy VII vibes too. You don't really fight too much on a train. Until Mount Curl, at least, and you do. But I don't know, this is giving me strong Bouncer vibes. So I need to play that on stream.
Barf. Why?
Alright.
Why?
Are they done? Can I use my skills? Again.
Oh, Holy Pixel was not with me.
You go, I find your lack of faith in the Holy Pixel disturbing.
No, the faith was there. It just wasn't with me.
The Holy Pixel does not bow to your whims, you bow to its.
Oh shit, this is Barnabas and the fucking Doctor! Very much a Final Fantasy IV reference. The Doctor transforms too. I absolutely will jam out to this music for the next 2 years.
I like it more than the Shadowbringers boss theme.
Which is wild. Opposites. Fuck. I had it right and then I second guessed myself.
It's okay, I thought I had it right.
Here, have this. Yeah, well, saying is that is crazy because I really like the Shadowbringers theme too. Okay. Very fitting for Barnabas. Okay, let's see how that works. And believe me, as someone that'll be working on healers in live dungeons, when I get to that part, I'm not looking forward to wall balls and leveling content. Makes me very sad.
It is, it's been a time, I'll say that much.
Yep. I am firmly against it being done, especially when it first comes
Harley,
out.
move away. Harley, move away. Move farther away.
Okay.
Is there more to this fight?
No.
Okay. I was expecting a round 2 with the Doctor. Make him up later.
Oh, Pog, we got a new tank again. Let's see how long this one lasts.
Oh. For your static.
Yep.
I was like, what are you talking about? This one's been here the whole time.
Oh, Harley, I didn't tell you. We lost our tank again. To Reaper, of course.
Oh, I heard you talking about that earlier.
Yeah, it's very annoying.
And this is my sip some Coke button.
Where all of my static is huffing copium at this point.
Whatever you gotta do to get through it, right?
Yeah. Like, we're all just sitting here like, maybe one day we'll get a fucking tank. Oh.
I have to stand up for a minute. Sort it out. God, I don't even know what to do with these 2 reassembly stacks. It's like my birthday came early. And I got a shotgun.
I found a gun.
It's gonna be weird, but eventually, you might even be at that point already, Harley, but I'm not there yet. Where we'll have to hold back on summoning the Queen until we have a full battery.
I mean, that's not really new for me because I usually wait until I have them at 100% anyway.
Oh, no. During boss fights especially, I used to throw Queen out. Like, as soon as we hit 50 battery, you get out there and punch him in the face. But she does a follow-up to her finisher that is based on how much charge she had when you summoned her.
Oh shit.
I don't like this pace. Surprised they can keep going.
They can't.
I didn't know, maybe... Oh yeah, I guess you can't if I look at the map. Look, it's all new to me, okay? I haven't been here before.
I didn't say anything. I just said they can.
Okay. So I was right. This is the second fight. This is the Doctor transformed.
Hmm.
Interesting. Okay.
Now, see, if my cast speed was still 2.5 seconds, I would have gotten hit by that.
Oh shit! I'm good.
You're still alive. Everything's fine. Don't worry about it.
I did right, but I didn't think it would let you transform back so soon. Ah, Naruhodo. I wouldn't have expected directionals out of that. I was expecting cones. Or not cones, but just circles.
Oh, not the frog skin.
Not the frog skin.
I should have known you were frogs.
I should have known you were frogs, Sephiroth. The fucking donkey video. Okay, this boss really wasn't too bad. I just need to learn to stay off the pad once I've transformed. This is that mechanic out of fucking Orbon that I don't like. Just without all the, like, where they push the AoEs.
I really liked the casting gear out of this dungeon.
I'd be really curious to see what the full sets look like. Spoopy.
You know, typical Garlean bullshit.
How did you not freeze to death? Being out in...
I let my rage keep me warm.
Your rage kept you warm?
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
Not even a fucking warrior. Bro, that dragon girl is mad.
She's just fucking pissed all the time. Can I just say that I love that Sadu and Serena have just, like, their friendship?
Can one of you guys limit break, please?
Yeah, let me get in position.
Thank you.
I kind of whiffed, but that's okay. This tank has no fucking fear. Fuck the fear turkey.
I wish that I had that kind of confidence, you know?
No kidding. Like, bro, save some loot and clears for the rest of us. Jeez.
I know not of this word. Respect your healers. I will pull to the wall.
Understand that I set the pace. You merely exist in it. Quit picking me. Oh.
There he is.
Weird to refer to Anima as a he, but yeah. The Anima was a she in 10.
Yeah. Which, now that you are here, I just want to say that I appreciate all the callbacks to 10 that we've been getting.
Mm-hmm.
Bam, 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 bam,
bam,
bam.
Oh, I already fucked up my new opener. It's weird having reassembled for both drill and air anchor.
Oh wait, no, I'm wrong! Ah!
You pulled me into that, didn't you?
I sure fucking did. Shit. I looked at it wrong. Ow. See, never happened.
Oh, okay. I think I get that one.
It took me a while.
Well, I anticipated to like blast out like a cone from it. Oh, that's growing. Oh shit, that's growing. Ah!
We're okay.
Let me get in the healing bubble. Hey, I'm hurt. Oh shit.
We're okay.
I knew we were going to see the underside of Anima. Anima's dimension.
I've come to kill chaos.
Oh. Yep, those alternate.
Shit. I fucked up.
At least you have a little bit of time to get out of the way, unlike fucking Amarat at the end. You just have to look at the heads. And hope for the best. Oh.
I didn't mean to do that.
It's okay. You bitch, I wasted my overheat!
That grows very fucking quickly. I'll have to remember how fast it grows. I felt like I didn't even have enough time to really examine everything that time.
It does kind of pick up. Come on. Thank you. Had a hard time figuring out which one I was. Okay, we did it. Oh, I got the code as the pity drop. Imperial Magitech War Scythe.
Ooh, I got the card. Nice.
I also got the coat.
Nice. Should I stay in Discord?
You can. You got some cutscenes ahead of you though.
Well, that'll be a good opportunity to know if I'm echoing that. Yeah, they did not earn my calm. They earned
I better have gotten it.
My ire. Does it look cool?
I did get it. Does it look cool? Let me look at it.
I like it. It's got like a chainsaw blade.
It's neat looking. Alright, I guess I'm gonna mute and go back to doing my M's cube.
Okay.
I will not drop party though.
Farewell, Varus.
Okay.
May the gods have mercy on your soul.
Harley, if you can let me know if you hear an echo.
Oh, right. Let me unmute your stream really quick.
Let me mute on Discord.
Come. The other two await.
This madness ends here!
Oh, hush. This is the best part.
Enough!
Okay, there is a very slight echo.
That's what I thought. I'm gonna mute on stream then. Thank you all.
Oh, mighty Zodiac! Awaken from your slumber and descend!
Some manner of magical defense?
Cryle? But how?
The shackles that bind my adversary will not be so easily broken.
Heidelin! Feeble relic of a forgotten age! Hark! Victory is mine!
Wasn't expecting that. I thought it would have broken.
No more ether. And I was so close. My lord, a slight change of plans. We shall travel to the moon and break this wretched barrier ourselves.
Going to the moon. Moon ride. Moon ride.
What was that?
The final order issued by Anima to the Tempered Thrones. Should the Empire fall, the world must share her fate. Of course, Father lacked the conviction to give such a command. The abomination born of his flesh was but a puppet, and I the puppeteer.
You madman, you monster!
There's a funny joy in watching your flailing attempts to fight the inevitable. You're all going to die, and they're powerless to prevent it. We really must be on our way. You're welcome to give chase, provided you are content to leave comrade and tempered alike to die screaming.
There they go. Just like that.
I have asked too much of this child. Tend to her. The last brand at Mare Lamentorum is yet unbroken. Zodiac remains bound. I have shifted the flow of ether and sent the enemy far from their destination. Now, I shall divert it once more. An ally awaits, and I will deliver you unto him. Seek his aid, restore the seal. Zodiac must not be set free.
The Tempered are running wild. Not only those at the tower, but those back at the camp. The others are doing their best to contain them, but the situation is growing beyond our control.
Leave them to die or give up the chase. Just like Fandaniel said.
You're going alone? You have our trust and our faith. I pray we have yours. Our friends in the Tempered need our help. We will save as many as we can, I swear.
Once we have matters well in hand, we'll join you on the moon. Until then, be careful.
He just says that shit so casually.
Right.
We'll join you on the moon. No big deal. Yo, there's a Starbucks up on the moon. We'll meet you there. Woohoo! I can finally fly in Garlemald. Trip to the moon, no big deal, right? Now, I don't know who the ally is, but it'd be some shit if we got there and it's a Sid and he's just been up there fucking brewing coffee or some shit. I was wondering when you'd get here. Let me tell you, that brand is some nasty business.
Long, long before Dalamud was forged to imprison an Elder Primal, the eldest of them all, savior of the star, was sealed within a moon of his own. souls sacrificed to grant him life still slumber and dream of the day he and we will be made whole. Here he waits, in this cold, barren place, his cradle and his grave. Silent lamentations and prayers of hope echo soundlessly to a sundered star, adrift and alone.
Oh shit. Motorcycle on the moon. Moon ride. Moon ride.
Moon ride, moon ride, moon ride.
See, someone's made a seat for themselves here. They're just AFK on this giant chair. Ooh, this uses the same kind of motif from Amaranth.
Hello.
Hello.
I need to turn on enough time because Peanut is acting like she might venture out with Toki in the room, which would be a first. Toki is in the very bottom tower. He's going to be hard to see because he's mostly black, but that like little white stripe is
Sorry to Ben, but I had to deafen for that. Moondog!
Oh, good.
For those in Discord, I just hopped out. I didn't want to be talking, but be totally muted in there. I'll join back in when it's appropriate. We get to follow the moon dog. Damn it, Ryu, come back.
Kept him back here for a while. Get some pets.
That's good. He is definitely a fan of pets.
Precarious place to ride a motorcycle.
Vroom! Video game convention saved me. Yo, this place is wild as hell. We're on the moon.
There were moon mushrooms.
Moon shrooms? Oh. I got too far. Oh, this took us around. Pretty space doge. Yeah. It's probably cold here on the moon. Warm up. Oh no, I'm silenced. Darn. That'll definitely keep me from shooting my guns. Y'all seem lost and terrified. I would be too if I was on the moon. Moon dog, moon dog. And who are you to deny the moon dog? Damn it, I dodged one just to run into another. Go away, moon cricket. I'm either too slow or too fast for the moon dog. Luna Tinder. Those are some weird looking dudes. So we had a Sabbath Tinder, now we have a Luna Tinder. Moon cactuses. My new old friend. Oh, there's a lot more people here in that cutscene. That cutscene made me think. Cry havoc and let slip the dog of war. That's you, by the way. It wants me to hop on. Yes, I'm gonna ride the dog. Hell yeah! Moon dog! Moon dog! Oh, those look gross. Moon fart. Moon fart. We did a terrible job protecting that.
In the nick of time to savor the crowning triumph. Unbound and free at last. Arise, Zodiac! Deprived of heart and will by the loss of dearest Elidibus. A creature of pure instinct, wanting for guidance. But powerful, oh so powerful, more so with every passing moment. Such potential, even in this incomplete state. Still the savior who delivered a world from certain doom.
So, here we stand. You know my intent. Consume the god, then the world. Stoke your fury to a raging inferno and dance among the ashes. Or perhaps you would face me here and now. A lesser but welcome amusement.
Look, man, I don't know how these bullets are gonna work on the moon.
Yes, a taste to whet the appetite.
Sorry to spoil the moment, but might I ask that you postpone the slaughter until I've said my piece? I promise I will be brief. Do you remember when I told you that I wanted to die and take everyone with me? I meant it. Such lofty aspirations! And what sweet irony that the world's saviors will become the agents of its destruction! Wrong! Lies and delusion! The dead have no power over me. You will be silent. Silent as the grave!
I like that mask had eyelashes.
Believe and walk in faith. Let the light of your soul shine for all to see. Not quite the outcome you'd imagined, but a fitting one nonetheless. Don't you think so, Hades?
I had intended to pit my fractured divinity against Xenos, but a more tempting option presents itself. The greatest obstacle to my ambition. You will trouble me no longer.
Well, alright then. Guess we gotta summon in some friends for this fight. Hi, hi. I was definitely unmuted. Hello.
Hi, I'm currently wrapping up a cutscene. I'll be done shortly.
Okay. Vim.
Hi.
Hi, buddy.
I was fawning over my cats on your stream, huh?
Yeah, a little bit.
I did not realize that.
No, you're good. To be honest, you should be in the stream chat channel. That's okay. That's only really for me. We can move down there though when we get started with the thing that we're about to do. Then they can rejoin you when I'm done. Because I'm behind everybody.
Except for me.
You and Kine are the only two that I'm ahead of.
Matya is such a good boy.
I did hear you were saying that your cats were like getting along.
Kinda, yeah.
Hell
I've
yeah.
had Toki in the room for probably an hour now. He's been making nice with Peanut, more or less.
I wonder
He's
if
not
he
ready to trust yet, but
wonder if he understands this is how he can be in the room.
I think he's starting to get it. He's a relatively clever cat, I think.
Apologies, I'm out now.
I'm giving him tuna right now.
Hey, how dare you do the story?
Alright, once again, Vim, mega spoilers.
We're gonna hop down stream chat.
Okay.
So y'all can just hop back in when we're done.
Alright.
Yeah, we'll be back.
Best of luck.
Whoosh.
Ready?
I'm ready.
Let's kill Zodiarks.
I kind of wasn't expecting this so soon. And that just puts a bunch of question marks for where we're going.
You, me, and everybody else, buddy.
I kind of anticipated this being like the 79 trial or 89 trial. If not the 90 trial.
Look at all you with your winter coats on.
Hell yeah.
And Harley's got her titties out.
And Harley's got her titties out.
Titties.
And titties.
Bunny boy, bunny boy, bunny boys.
I'm the best one, right?
So many bunny boys. Yes,
I'm
you
the
are
best one, right? Okay.
Yes, you are the best one.
Alrighty then.
The end has come, and it will be beautiful. The marvels of circus were but playthings.
So yeah, Circus Tower has a little bit of new meaning. That's why I was like, okay, Mon. Oh, that wasn't the shape I was expecting. I thought it was another cone. Noted.
You're still doing good.
Malice become flesh.
Oh, I didn't even see those. Dodge them by pure luck. After we get through this and the associating cutscenes, I'm going to take a small break. I'm picking up some patterns.
Soon my hold of a zodiac shall be complete. Mine, all mine.
Ruined my fucking wildfire combo. Alright then. D-bag.
At last, I am become Zolia.
It's Sephiroth.
The natural order overturned. All in existence, bent to my will.
Oh. Alrighty then.
My life's work, my masterpiece.
Shit. Oh my god. Okay, I had the timing off.
Bye.
All in existence, bent to my will. The great cataclysm, faithfully recreated.
Oh.
From broken skies fall tears of flame. All shall burn.
Oh, I don't like this mechanic.
Yeah, I still don't quite understand this one.
Will you live to see the end?
Y'all might.
No. I told you, I've done this fight 4 times. If we wipe during that mechanic, we will not survive to hit LB3.
Didn't even get a checkpoint. He's tanky as fuck. Yeah, I understand the mechanic with the constellations, but like actually mapping it down sucks.
And it will be beautiful.
So I don't know what it's using as a point of reference.
Yeah.
The marvels of circus or the playthings. Malice become flesh.
Wait, I'm a fool. Oh no, he's got to finish casting this, I'm fine.
Will you live to see the end?
Maybe.
Soon my hold of a zodiac shall be complete. Mine, all mine.
I got that on recording.
Oh my god. I love that.
Oh shit.
At last, I am become Zodiac.
Oh. Alrighty then.
The natural order overturned.
This should be safe.
All in existence.
Wait, no, I'm stupid.
To my will.
It's okay, I'm also stupid.
I was thinking we were moving, but we're not. He moves.
My life's work. My masterpiece.
I barely made it.
How I've waited for this day.
Now get me again, you punk ass bitch.
Bye. See, I have a harder time predicting that one.
All in existence, bent to my will. The great cataclysm, faithfully recreated. From From broken skies fall tears of flame.
So in the corner, out of the corner, in the corner. Okay. Not bad.
Will you live to see the end?
Damn it.
Yeah, we can't do that without other people.
Well, it's good practice, at least. And there's so much during that, like, even as a healer, you can't.
Nope.
You can't fix all their problems.
My GCDs is too slow to be able to do that.
And you only get one rescue. They're gonna have to get to it.
No.
So when I did this earlier, we wiped like 3 or 4 times before we got it down.
I have to pee. This is Zodiac's greatest crime. Crimes against my bladder. How? Okay. I do like that the boss at least goes away, so you can figure out the stars mechanic.
That's going to be real fun for X, I'll tell you what.
That sounds like a bunch of no thanks to me.
I already recorded the fight, and I have a document going where I'm going to list every move down and what they all do. So.
I've also got my stream version of it. Yay!
The end has come, and it will be beautiful.
And it'll be beautiful. I'm Zodi Fart.
The marvels of circus were but playthings.
Ooh. I'm back. I accidentally hit my microphone and it just shit all over everything.
Oh my god.
Like, I lost all audio and stuff. I'm glad I had it through the TV, but... It's a snake. A silly snake. Oh, the audio's going to shit still.
Will you live to see the end?
Wow, you actually used it, Astro. I thought you never would. That is the first time I've seen collective unconscious be used.
Alright, so if it's turning... We don't know. It's not turning yet. Doing the triangle. I'm alright. I figured it out. I was a little ahead of myself. Yeah, I got all my shit out. Fuck you. I saw you there.
At last, I am become Zoya.
This is going to be a good place to take a break after we clear this fight finally.
That is a fantastic idea.
Because I need to fix my audio. It's doing the fuzzy thing. I gotta have it this time. I gotta. Yes. Hell yeah.
That's only ever confusing when they're in opposite corners.
Life's work, my masterpiece.
God damn it, I still got hit.
How I've waited for this day.
Oh shit.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. Part of my job. Right or left? Rotating left.
All in existence, bent to my will.
This is gonna be so fun to get in Trials Roulette.
Faithfully recreated. From broken skies fall tears of flame.
So corner, corner, center. Up, wrong corner, fuck. I'm dead. See, the perspective fucks with me.
Will you live to see the end?
Oh, fuck you! You would cast Kyoktos, asshole!
I've been healed, I might as well get to it.
All in existence, bent to my will.
Like, I'm sitting there flailing in midair, still doing heat blast.
Live to see the end.
Looks so goofy.
That was a fantastic idea, Paladin. You should have done that for the other ones, too.
This is square.
Oh, fuck. He's doing Attica. Ah!
I have no need for restraint.
Square again? And triangle. Alright, you're safe over here in this corner. Look at the size of that fucking earthly star.
I love it.
Amazing.
All in existence, bent to my will. Will you live to see the end?
Oh, I have a tactician for this.
I do.
one. Thank you.
Yep.
Oh, that Astro
Triangle.
got up at the wrong time.
Oh, and trip was a territory. Awesome.
Right now, move in.
Square.
Oh shit! All right.
So. I'd hate to be a melee for that. Like, it just seems terrible. I got it.
Woo!
Nasty.
Oh god, I almost died.
Oh god, I am. No, I'm not dead.
No, I'm dead. I got.
Fuck. We did so much better. Yes. God, yes.
Astral flow to the right.
Should be
right here. This column.
All in existence, bend to my will.
Woo.
Will you live to see the end?
God, I hate sticks, and I'm gonna hate it fucking savage even more.
It's so fucking frequent.
It hurts so much.
Triangle. Just gonna take these from the back. I didn't mean to get hit by the whoops. The range on that is kind of hard to see, like how wide it is.
Yeah.
Like, you know to dodge it, but you don't know how close you are, but you want to be close. So you can get in. Just 11% more. A tunnel vision for just a moment. Back after all that fuckery. Let's push back.
Knock it on. Oh, the dancer with the en avant there. Real fucking close, buddy.
Clutch.
Paradema. Rotating left.
So, just moving right here.
All in existence, bend to my will.
Oh, we got this.
Yeah, here we go. Oh, really? I was right there.
Fuck you,
The
buddy.
Holy Pixel told me to go fuck myself. Thanks, friends.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take that break here, especially because it looks like my stream is dying anyways. What the fuck? Like, it just hit 0 kbps. Let it sort itself out. I've got to get this audio sorted anyways. So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and take our break. And yeah, I'll go ahead and move you all back to the main room unless you want to hop in there yourself.
I'll hop in there in here in a minute.
Okay. Well, in that case, I'm gonna hop out now because I gotta get this shit sorted. And we're back. I believe my audio's fixed. I think. I hope.
Find out.
Yeah, we'll find out shortly. Oh no. Still sounds like butt. Hold on. There's that little crackling trying to sneak in, and what I have to do is put the quality down a lot, but then bump it back up. That usually fixes the audio crackling. If it still crackles, I apologize, but we gotta proceed.
Incomplete and insufficient. Of course he was no match. Once again, you have left my best laid plans in ruins. And played your role to perfection. Thus, sealing my victory.
That's not how it works for me, Daniel.
From the first, all I wanted was for you to kill Zodiac. 'Twas but one of many methods to achieve the desired effect. 'Twould have been the same had Xenos died in my place. But what better and more satisfying way to ensure success than to take control myself? My sole regret is that you lived to tell the tale. Even so, I have fulfilled my heart's desire. Let your murder mark the beginning of the end. The coming of the final day!
How quickly strength fades and blood cools. Old familiar sensations. So many lives, so many deaths. No different this. I close my eyes and slip into the dreamless slumber. A tired song and dance. Routine. Always I wake. But not this time. Nothing left unsaid. Nothing left undone. Inherit my hell. I intone with glee. The man I was would weep for what I have become. The all-consuming contempt.
It was cool to see him as Amon.
But I've the wisdom of 10 millennia to justify my answer to the question. No value in in their existence. Not a whit. For all that I looked, none that I did see. A final chance, then, for Heidelin and her faithful. In Cataclysm, prove me wrong. I sneer. All shall return to nothingness, as was your will, Emperor Sunday. I, the star, and every living being, consigned to your oblivion.
At last.
Oh fuck, is this who I think it is? I am going to cut off a lot of their dialogue after I finish reading it, because they're not speaking English. Mom said it was my turn on the Xbox. I'm just giving him this look like I'm so done with his shit.
No. I'll find no fulfillment in a contest with you this day. Slavering beasts gather at your gates, ravenous and eager. Already you turn to them and away from me. I must go forth once more in search of power far beyond the might of Shinryu. Power to make your heart run over with rage.
I'm tired of being the villain. I'm just gonna go take a nap. That's what Zeno's basically just said. I'm gonna take a nap right here. Okay. Take a nap, Xenos.
For the eldest of primals was a betrayal of promise. A pathetic creature incapable of inspiring true despair. That's what I crave. Pure, unadulterated despair.
just done with his shit. Get off my moon.
We shall see.
It's your L'Oreal hair.
Find yourself getting run over by chocobos and stuff.
Go get run over by a chocobo, you bitch. Oh boy, lots of Watcher talking. Do I have to learn Aether Currents on the moon? But no. Yes. Aether Currents on the fucking bitch. Yeah, I'm not gonna worry about it. I'm gonna ride my motorcycle in your place. It's cool. What up, friends? Welcome to the moon. I already killed Zodiark. Oof.
His facial hair choices are interesting.
Oh, are you on Jay's?
Yeah.
Yeah. he doth like it. Believes that.
I appreciate his speaking better.
I. So wait, hold on. You mean to fucking tell me that Alphino didn't want to come to the fucking moon? Alizé, you know, she could, like, I could see her going either way with the decision to come to the moon. But Alphino could be like, well, I've been to the fucking moon. Totally could have said that, and now he can't. I will never understand him. You're out of a job now, buddy. I shall become the watcher of Netflix. Please leave my moon abode. I wish to watch Squid Game in peace.
Look all right, Bankrit.
Yeah, we'll go look around on the moon. All right. We killed Zodiac. Now it's time to read some books. I need to watch JoJo Part 6 that just released on Netflix. Surely you, her champion, understand. Yeah, but they didn't release it all at once, so they did the first 12 episodes. I've never known a greater conflict. Do I watch, or do I wait? I am the watcher, so I will watch. I have this whole canon set up for him now that has nothing to do with this fucking story. Oh, we're not reading books. We're just getting beamed into our mind. Fuck yeah. Bro, does Heidelin give you vacation days? Like PTO? God, did we just fucking hand Heidelin all this power and she's gonna go corrupt?
Trust the gods.
That's true. The ports? A little bitch. Or, I'm sorry, Elidibus. That's his name. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the Watcher totally said something like that earlier. She made the moon. Did you watch stuff made here on YouTube? It's a good way to kill like 30 minutes. Sorry. I just have a hard time like not having the side story with the Watcher.
It is we who should thank you. The records stored here are nothing short of extraordinary. There is much we could learn of Zodiac and his imprisonment, but perhaps you could offer us more focused guidance. Pray, tell us of the calamity that came before and comes now again.
Bro, is this a Taco Bell? Or is it a Denny's? It reminds me of a meme I saw where you go into an IHOP bathroom and then you hear the Silent Hill sirens. And you walk out and you're in a fucking Denny's. Oh shit. Oh, alright.
Were the ancients ever able to deduce its source? Celestial currents. I cannot say I am familiar with the concept.
And so they sought a means to harness the forces of darkness, of activity and growth. Thus was Zodiac conceived. No less a power than a god's could set right the laws of nature and quicken the flow of ether within the star.
Emmett Selk claimed that those who summoned Hydaelyn did so because they saw Zodiac's power as a threat. Is that true?
Wait, so Heidelin's the one that fucking... She's the one that split up everything?
The Ascians set in motion 7 rejoinings before we came to oppose them. How many more worlds would have been lost had we not placed our faith in her? How many more souls living in the present would have been snuffed out for the sake of those long dead?
Well, in light of recent events, I see no reason to doubt your word. And even if Heidelin is not a god in truth, if Minfilia believed that we should trust in her plans, then I choose to do just that. Which brings me to a rather important question. Let's suppose we try but fail to stop this second coming of the final days. Should the source fall, what will become of the other worlds?
Yes, but what is it?
The moon's a giant fucking arc. Who's piloting the moon? Is it Sid? The moon is literally haunted. Oh hey, I finally hit 85. I'm only incredibly behind. You got it, boss. Thanks. Argos is Moondog. Moondog, Moondog. Bonk. Yeah, I don't even know when you went to sleep. No, Harley. Probably saying she's tired, but she just unlocked the next dungeon. You just haven't. I find it difficult to learn new stuff while I'm tired. I would advocate sleep personally, but you're also your own boss. Oh wait, that's right. And then we have to go up. Pupper dog, pupper dog. Look at those Luna tenders. They're just fucking perfect. They're perfect. Yo, wait, is Argos the pilot? Because, like, that would be some Silent Hill 2 shit. We would, like, what if we did all this and just got the fucking dog ending? So this was all you're doing. Argos sitting there like, yep. Oh, that's weird that I'm not unlocking this. Probably because it's under. Okay. I'll go in, I guess. Oh, great moon sponge, take my energy. Make the moon dog appear. Hi, moon dog. Watch your step, right? They all got their own moon dogs. Savvy's is back there wrapped up like a burrito. I turned around to look at her. Whoosh. Surprised he hasn't had a coughing fit in a little bit. I'm probably jinxing that. Onward, Mundo. Rose the moon farting. Oh, I ride side saddle. This place is wild.
Our moonship pilot should be around here somewhere. Is that right?
This isn't Mont Blanc, is it? This is from... I mean, it's from a lot of games, but it's from 4. A whole army of them. Wake up! You've been sleeping all this time.
Look lively, everyone! I know. This 1243rd inspection is a mite ahead of schedule, but it is of the utmost importance. For Zodiac, alas, is no more. As of now, our mighty moon has a new purpose: to bear the people of Aetheris To safety!
Okay, so it's pronounced Aetheris. And this is giving me 999 vibes. Just a little bit. Particularly VLR. But yeah, we'll continue.
Our time has come, my friends!
Little rabbits on the moon.
We must be swifter than swift. There is much to do before our guests arrive. I expect your workstations to be immaculate. And don't forget to relay our signal to Aetheris. Questions? Yes? No? Maybe so? No? Then hop to it!
Hop to it. I love them. Me, also a bunny on the moon, still confused.
Curious crew she hath chosen. Their endearing forms intended to ease the passengers' hearts, perhaps.
Perhaps.
A hairy situation. Do I have to say this is a giant Final Fantasy IV reference, or is it implied at this point? In Final Fantasy IV, there's a rabbit that you meet pretty much throughout the adventures, and he keeps changing his name every time you meet him to like do something different as he finds he's unfulfilled with everything. Like the first time you meet him is naming way, then he becomes mapping way, and all sorts of variations. There's a fucking ether current over there. Practice my Tony Hawk. You have dancing way and fighting way. I would be sleeping way. Whoops. You and yours are in safe paws. Very, very safe paws. Unlikely to be Mont Blanc. And I think Mont Blanc is something else. Island, you could have told us that there's fucking literal rabbits on the moon that were going to be our shepherds. That's a pretty big detail. Mlem, leader. No. Hey, I'm supposed to be sleeping way. Yeah. I'm fussy. He took my title. Now I'm just angry way. Probably like leading way or something. Hum, hum, hum. I think it's for children. Don't mind if I ride my motorcycle. Alright, I never even looked at that code. Hold up. I got it and didn't even look at it. Ah. Not bad. They're just as good as what I'm wearing. But this is probably not a safe place to change glamours. Yeah. Oh. I came up the wrong way. That's the back door. This is the right way. It's through the stairs. Can't wait to fly here. Soon.
Right, of course. Introductions are in order. Ahem. My name is Livingway, and we are the Lotharites, created for the express purpose of commanding this ship and bearing the people of Atheris to a brave new world. More specifically, I am the one whom she charged with the execution of her most vital plans. You might say I'm her right paw. Livingway's the name. Map reader and navigator of the heavens.
Pleasure to meet you all, but I'm still trying to make sense of this.
Confusion and bewilderment are completely understandable. Fear not, I shall walk you through it. The people of Aetherius, through no fault of your own, I'm sure, set in motion a series of events that, unfortunately, culminated in Zodiac's obliteration. Acutely aware of the imminent crisis, your parents sent you little ones on ahead while they began the necessary preparations. Still not following? No? Very well, I shall elaborate further. Here, we have Aetherius, your home, and the moon, where we are now. Without Zodiac around to keep things lively, so to speak, the celestial currents of the star have doubtless begun to degrade. A calamity of apocalyptic proportions will be visited upon Aetherius, bringing an end to all life. Very sad, that.
So too hath the Watcher claimed. By thine unperturbed countenance, I gather this eventuality was anticipated.
The doom and gloom. Oh yes, quite expected. Imagine, if you will, that Aetherius is a delicious carrot that I've forgotten to eat and left out in the midday sun. The most earnest wishes or prayers will not stop it from rotting to the core. So sadly, there's nothing to be done but to abandon said carrot, Aetherius, in case the metaphor is lost on you, to its grisly fate.
I know I'm dumb, but damn.
And this moon will serve as the vessel to deliver us to a new home.
Just so! We will gather up as many people, supplies, and resources as our stores will hold. And then, once everyone is aboard, it's off to another star. Easier said than done, admittedly, for one does not simply hop from star to star on a whim, which is precisely why we've spent countless years constructing the most propulsive of propulsion systems. We ought to make it to our destination in 2 shakes of a rabbit's tail.
Impressive technology. I dare say it is beyond anything we have ever seen.
No need to shower us with praise. All we've done is faithfully carry out the instructions left to us by Hydaelyn, back in the old days, when she was still just And the Watcher, the real one, not the simulacrum you met, was one of her fellow researchers. We and this wondrous vessel masquerading as a moon are products of their knowledge and know-how.
There's certainly more to you all than meets the eye. Might I ask where exactly you intend to take us?
Trying to go back to that thing I missed. Back in the old days when she was still just Vana, she was dedicated to the study of the world and its inner workings. And the Watcher, the real one, not the simulacrum you met, was one of her fellow researchers. That's what we missed.
We identified a few promising candidates for resettlement some time ago, but we cannot guarantee that they are fit for habitation. Moreover, the ship can only travel in short bursts. We intend to go down our list, hopping from star to star, until we find one suitable for resettlement. No need to worry, though. The vessel is being refurbished with accommodation for an extended stay as we speak. While we did have to rely upon outside help to determine what amenities were essential, I dare say we have risen to the challenge.
Help? From who?
From you and yours! Who else? Each time time we woke to perform regularly scheduled maintenance, we were greeted by the resources you sent us. What better way to learn about preferences and proclivities of our present-day charges? Ah, but you're still adorable little children. Perhaps your elders were responsible for the deliveries.
I'm not sure what led you to conclude otherwise, but I can assure you that we are all grown men and women, and I very much doubt my elders know this place exists, much less how to send you so much as a starlight missive.
What? Then who in blazes let you on my moon?
It's my moon.
Heidelin herself led you here. You don't say. Well, that's really not children. Then why are you so small and stunted? Like little baby carrot people.
Look, you're the size of my boot.
Well, Amarotines were a great deal taller. In the present day, persons of such prodigious size are exceedingly rare.
So, you're saying everyone's not like the Watcher?
Nah, he's fucking gangly, dude.
Oh, confound it all! Someone could have at least scribbled a note about your profound miniaturization.
That tome in thy possession.
Oh, this? One of the first books sent to us. A compendium of the people of Atheris, with a few blank pages at the back for minor corrections and updates as needed. The sum total of our knowledge of your kind is contained in these pages. I thought it was abridged and made small for our benefit, but this isn't a regular-sized book, is it?
So fucking fussy.
Building way, can you hear me? Yes, we're all very busy. Change of plans. I need you to rebuild the domiciles at 1/3 the scale. All of them. Yes, all of them, and but me no buts. See to it with all speed.
Make it so.
Perhaps you could tell us a bit more about your terrestrial collaborators.
Yes, in due time. But first, I'd like to hear more about you, if it's all the same. I'd rather not risk any other complications due to outdated knowledge of our passengers-to-be.
The Caratorium. What if I don't like carrots? Are they getting this from old Charlie? So they were named purely for our benefit. I'm not feeling all that hot about their clothing selection, TBH. Also, why are there enemies here in the Caratorium? What a bizarre zone. Oh. Can I change to a different one? No. This is straight out of Final Fantasy IV. Oh, wow. I think all these are meant to be terrible. Because they're really just super random. They probably look terrible too. Yup. Nobody's feeling this. Mm. Oof. So basically, we made a bunch of friends on another reflection that was pretty much the entirety of Shadowbringers. And basically, it just said that since the source is going to perish, they're going to perish too. So we're just like, but our friends, though. This is that snack that I had for late. S'mores. If you want some, you can help yourself.
Ready in the teleporter. Huh? Access to living quarters restricted due to reconstruction. Then where is it? Oh no!
A private audience, as thou didst request, for reasons I know not.
Just a precaution. I'd rather I didn't have to ask the question at all, but I take my responsibilities very, very seriously. Do you and your friends, by any chance, find our accommodation wanting? Be honest, brutally even.
'Twould be ungracious of me to belittle the efforts of thee and thine.
Lovely sentiment, really. But the disappointment is writ plain on your comrades' faces. It's all the more frustrating since no one will come out and say what they find wanting. If there are faults in our work, we need to know. We can, we will do better. But time is not on our side.
I feel so bad for them. They're trying their hardest and just not getting it.
People are to be saved. We This vessel must serve as a home for as many passengers as possible, for far longer than we may like. Which brings me to my request. Our collaborators on Atheris are doing what they can to prepare for the voyage. Would you be willing to go and lend them a hand? Having seen the moon for yourself, you could speak to its many splendors, learn what else they might require, and assuage whatever concerns they have.
Wherefore wouldst thou entrust me with such a task?
How to put it? You're the only one who appears not to be wholly unsatisfied with our work. Oh, quite good at
Now I feel like shit.
at least. Calm, collected, tactful to a fault. Very particular with your words, too. You understand that, in the face of great danger, one cannot pursue perfection at the expense of practicality. The difficult choices must often be made for the greater good.
And so fate doth conspire to set my feet upon this path once more.
Come again?
Ah, idle musings. 'Tis no trifle thou dost ask, yet full well do I understand the urgency and necessity.
Oh, dear me! Dear me! I was terribly sorry for the mix-up. It's a bit of a malfunction. I hadn't realized the residential quarters were inaccessible, you see. But you're still in one piece. So, all's well that ends well, yes? Won't happen again. I promise.
So before we get to that, there is a couple of flying quests that we want to go ahead and grab. Nothing way. God, little nihilist bunny. We're all gonna die someday. What does it even matter? Why are we still here? Just to suffer? Damn, buddy. Carrots of happiness. And someone's been stealing carrots. I absolutely love they included that battle music just as normal zone battle music. Oh, bomb. Alright. He's over there going ape shit over some carrots. What's that you got there? Any iron carrots? Apparently not. The philosopher's carrot. Fuck off. Oh, no, we gotta take care of this. Sorry to fight near all the carrots. So there's 3 iron carrots. But where's the 4th? I am confused. It wasn't up here. Stomach just gave me a big middle finger. It apparently didn't like those Pop-Tarts. Alright, so this is purely for the iron carrot crime thing, so I don't have to worry about the carrots of happiness for a minute. This is just right back where I started. All three of them have the same description. I have confusion. I'm definitely outside of the search zone. I don't like that there's like two different levels to check here, and it's kind of a pain in the ass to check the upper level because you have to literally hop up it like a rabbit. They didn't design these for people. They designed it for rabbits.
Yeah, but you're a bunny girl.
I normally don't hop around. Finally found what I was looking for. The problem is I should have been a little bit more open-minded, not just look for carrots. That's one mystery down. Let's get this next one over with. Thankfully, it tells me right where to go. Hey, you. Yep. Go get your carrot of happiness. Neither of those are the main story. That's a very naked Highlander. He said, I'm gonna be naked as shit on the moon. I kind of skipped to that last quest because I wanted to follow him. Okay. We didn't really miss much. Just, yeah, it seems kind of weird that we have to eat carrots to produce more carrots. We'll be taking a break here in the next like 20 minutes or so, as the story permits. Oh, this is going to be a catastrophe. I'm not ready for it. Where's the closest one? They need a hug. They want me to do the stretchy mode. Got it. Growingway wanted to walk through the forest with us. This is the forest. You know, some of these enemies feel like they're from Az's Law, just updated. They've got little bunny ears, I just noticed. Hmm. Well, that did answer a question I had, because I was wondering why didn't they just go investigate themselves? They weren't allowed to. Oh, shit. Bye, Ariana Jack. Keep your secrets. I present you the warriors of darkerness. They're like the warriors of darkness, but darker. That's it. I'm calling plot points early. Oh, it's another one of these quests. Boo. Shit. He spotted me right away. I think if I rush up to that one rock on the left, I should be okay. I'll be honest, I don't care for these quests too much. Their visual range is so defined. I can't go up there too fast. I'm gonna let him get up like most of this before I move an inch. Shit. We did it.
Thine arrival is timely as ever. Thou didst chance to overhear my conversation with Living Way, I presume? 'Twas not mine intent to move in shadow. Nevertheless, I have been asked to do that and more yet again. Is it so plain that these strangers could intuit it at a glance? My capacity for silence and secrecy and duplicity. When Grahatir did contrive to deliver the first at the price of his own life, I was complicit in the scheme. A sacrifice averted for a mercy. Would that I could say the same for Minfilia. One life for one world. And by that bloody bargain brokered by my hand were the scions robbed of a dear comrade, and Flamine her beloved daughter. two souls, whose selflessness was beyond measure, whose resolve was unshakable. They would not be moved even had I thought to protest.
This would be a really good screenshot. We're gonna do that really quick.
But protest I did not. Far from it. I pushed them forward. No effort did I make to seek out alternatives, ones that would not demand such terrible costs. That resignation weigheth heavy on my mind, as does the memory of another lost to mine inaction. Dearest Moonbringer, who did face death unflinching, that we might secure a means to bring low the Ascians. In her hour of need, I did naught. Dutiful disciple of Louisoix, ever looking to the greater good. Had I shut mine eyes and bid her live instead, mayhap she would be with us today. Selfish wants, born of everlasting regrets. Most days I put them from my mind, but could think of naught else when asked to swallow the same bitter draught. Subterfuge and sacrifice. Mayhap the right moral choice, but one I regard with great trepidation. The calamity of Amarot was a tragedy beyond reckoning, one which must never again come to pass. Thus must we struggle, haunted by ghosts of those we have lost, clinging to those we pray we can yet save. But what of those we cannot? How do we make peace with the dreadful algebra of necessity? Sage counsel indeed. I see. Wisdom as befits a great worm. Curious that he should think thee in need of such encouragement. Strange. Scarcely can I remember when last we spoke alone, and so candidly. I thank thee. For all my supposed skill with words, I find it difficult to express such private thoughts. As for the Loporrit's proposition, I will take time and consider how to respond. 'Twould be to our mutual benefit if we could converse more openly with our aspiring caretakers. A concern I should be glad to address on the Scion's behalf. To dispense with all pretense and bare one's heart to another is a frightening thing indeed. But we cannot move forward ere we take that bold first step. A lesson I have learned many times before. And today.
What are they saying? Curse these ears! I've heard bugger all! No matter. We've got our plans.
I think this will be a great time for us to go ahead and take another like 5 or 10 minute break. So for YouTube folks, you'll notice we just put this together. For my Twitch folks, I'll be back in a few. Alright, we're back. Healthy to take little breaks. I try to aim for like every 2 hours. A most singular ingredient. Oh boy. Moon pies. Oh no, it's that fart gas that I saw earlier.
Joy.
Yep.
There before.
So we were standing guard.
Yeah.
And
It wasn't there.
then it shows up. Oh, there's more actually. I was using my shotgun even when I shouldn't. Sure, I'll help them out. That's convenient. Suspiciously convenient. Sick of their shit. Sadly, all I know about this thing that Ariana J was being really sus about was just going and making ink. That's right, you can't just jump down there. You gotta take the long way. One of these days I'll be able to fly here, damn it.
How is that determined?
Do what?
How is that determined?
So, it's determined by collecting aether currents, which are like these little, basically green things kind of strategically placed throughout the map. You'll see here Garlemald. It says attunement complete. I collected all of the aether currents. There are 5 that are available by completing quests in the area. They are very specific quests. Usually one of them is part of the main story, but the other 4 are usually side quests. And then the green ones at the bottom, those are like exploration, or I like to call them loose currents. Those are just out and about in the world, and you just have to go and collect them. And when you collect all the quests and the exploration ones, you are granted flight for that area when using them out. Yeah, the lore reason for it is you basically are attuning to the aether currents in the area to understand like how the wind and aether moves through it. And that is, when you have that firm understanding, then you are able to safely fly and not lose control.
That makes sense. Jesus.
Yeah, so you can jump off of any height in the game as long as I'm not in combat. When I hit the ground, I will not die. If I'm in combat, then I can die.
This half health going reminded me of when I like compressed my spine on that 4-wheeler at one time.
Oh. We bonk. And see, here's an aether current. I just stumbled on this one. So I collect it. And now when I go to look at it, there's a second one that's been added to the exploration. So I have 8 more to go and 3 quest-related ones. So I really should take some time to get all the ones here. One day. Maybe not today, but one day. Try lobbing your balls at him. So, Living Way already lied to us about Y'shtola needing our help. She was like, what the fuck are you doing here?
Please hit that one. That's not it.
So it specifically says do not hit the unassuming.
Oh, damn, it does. But I want to.
Got his ass. He chats, he runs. Running way. Found him. Do you mind explaining why you hit me in the face with your balls? You stop hitting people in the face with your balls, Dylan. No. I challenge you to try and stop me. Let's see if you've got the balls. We're being distracted considerably. Like, this is incredibly suspicious. They're too cute to be this fucking sus.
Cute ones.
Never trust the cute ones. I don't know why, but that made me think of this one raid mechanic. How we remember it is when we start to fight her, we say don't chase girls who are just gonna hurt you. And the mechanic is like she'll teleport away, and you have like then she does this area of effect attack all around her as soon as she lands, pretty much, and basically punishes anybody who chased her. So saying that is how we remember not to chase after her right away. So be a little patient.
Shit.
That's right. You better tremble. Y'all don't believe his lies. Growing Way should have named you Lying Way.
They don't have the same name.
So this is after this I could probably have light in this area if I'd actually seek out shit. Usually it's when they give you the main scenario quest that has light in it that you're pretty much done. Which is good, because I'll be honest, as cute as they are, and as weird and bizarre as the zone is, this has gone on just a little long. I have no doubt that the story will be important, and knowing the context of this place and how it works and understanding it is going to be great for understanding later things. But yeah, it's a little long.
I'll probably hear this song in my sleep.
Oh. At least it's relaxing. We're gonna do these side quests. Slopper has a mind to do something dangerous, and is clearly heard of your proclivity for recklessness. I hear you have a penchant for excitement and adventure, is that correct? Sure. This would be a zone that, God, I would benefit greatly from having flight in. I haven't talked to a Mender in a hot minute. Fix my stuff. I beseech you. This has been almost 3 hours since we killed Zodiark. Honestly, that would be appreciated. The thought of going around the moon and collecting everything honestly just sounds like a total pain in the ass. I know I didn't take up the offer in Garlemald, but like that was a pretty flat zone. I didn't really mind it so much. But this place is just a total pain in the ass. So many like ways that they force you to go a particular way through it. Yep, my name speaks to my character. You got it. Oh, are we gonna choose his dreams for him? You aspire to get these other rabbits to not fucking lie to me all the time.
Murdered some rabbits. Drove right through.
They're fine. Rabbits have 9 lives, right? So he's helpful. Doom doom. What the fuck? Donk. With the back wheel. Oh, I just realized there's a thing I haven't shown you in here yet, Savvy. This is so random, but I'll tell you my chain of thoughts that got me to it.
Okay.
I was driving a motorcycle here.
Yeah.
I hit a Loperate with a motorcycle.
Correct.
I was like, what other game features motorcycles? Days Gone. Why have I not played a lot of that game? Because I almost died playing it.
Yeah. The
So,
whole one mobile.
yeah. I'm going to show it to you real quick. Stream me down. Invite you to look behind the TV.
Okay.
Just at the wall.
Oh, I can see it.
Oh yeah, you can. So that really happened.
That's horrible. Just shit flying through your room walls does not sound like a thing.
What the fuck is that? Something just came through my wall. Oh shit! Yeah, it was terrifying, man. It was just awful. Oh. Alright, I'm back at my PlayStation. So he's kind of good at everything, but not great at any one thing.
I was always, well, part of what contributed to my depression in college was feeling like I was mediocre at most things and not very good at anything.
Yeah, I gotta say, this quest line has made me think, what do I dream of? This. Living the dream. Look, as a random white man, I'm allowed to use that to convey my general dissatisfaction with everything. How's it going, oh? Living the dream. Hey there, Billy. I say that as I am content with not really having one. Well, we'll figure out your name later.
Potentially not critical to saving the world.
Yeah. It was enough for me to get... So they usually will attach at least a couple of those. Every area usually has like 2 major side quest chains. Like, they're not really required to complete, but they are a chain of quests, which normally side quests are, 1 or 2 and done. But these are like, there'll be 4, 5, 6 quests chained together to tell like a small story of their own. That sometimes gives some extra context to everything else, sure, but other times it's just, kind of its own thing to add some, like, lore and flavor to the area. There's a current, like, right above me. Might as well hunt for what we can on the way to this objective. Yeah, I was going to say, where the fuck you at? One thing that we have is a tool to help us locate them called an Aether Compass. It tells us a direction and how much distance, but doesn't tell us whether it's above or below. It just gives like a general direction. 193 southwest. Oh, fuck all kinds of duck. Actually, we should be okay. Northwest. In the crater, in the crater, in the crater. Yeah! In the crater! I'm gonna collect what's on the way. But I'm not gonna seek them all out. But this wasn't really... Like, if it says, like, oh yeah, it's like 1,000 or whatever. Alright, cool. So, the nearest one's already to the fucking north, and I'm not heading that way, so we're not gonna get it. I'll get it when I come back. Oh. OBS is really trying to shit the bed. Oh, yes, please. This is bad. I was sitting there thinking, what blue mage abilities could we learn? Probably none, because they have to add them in. But we're going to be out here learning blue mage abilities eventually. Though they'll probably focus on Shadowbringers areas more, since blue will go up to level 80. Wow. Yeah, this place is kind of a pain in the ass. To the northeast. So it's like right there in the middle in Bestway Burrows. That's gonna be a big no thanks for me, dog. Still a little north. Oh hey, there's the moose. It's a pudding type of enemy.
Just throwing bits of that at rabbits.
Yep. Here's Moose Ball. Nani? What are you? That's an A rank, I think. So, one thing that's in the game is it's called the Hunt. And basically there's rare and notorious monsters that spawn in zones every so often, and killing them gets you rewards. There's S rank, A rank, and B rank, and then everything else is just, you know, kind of the wash or whatever. Pretty sure this is the A rank for this area. But I'm only level 85. I'm not going to try to fight it. Well, that would be... You shouldn't fight A ranks by yourself anyway. You're meant to at least have a couple parties to go at it with. Usually if you do a shout in the zone, then you'd be able to get whatever help you need. But I have all my chats turned off. I haven't seen another player chat outside of us being in like a dungeon, because I don't want anybody to spoil shit. That's why I'm not on Facebook right now. And yet people keep messaging me. Get it. It's kind of what it feels like. Ah, shit. So I can't get down there. So you can take this whole path pretty much over, I guess. But once you get to this one, you can't cross over easily. Flying is a pain in the ass. Or flying will make this less of a pain in the ass. Getting around this is a pain in the ass. We have to go around Zodiark's butthole in the middle. I should say I like the zone. That's just kind of frustrating. You have to take such a roundabout path just to get anywhere. Like, look at that. If this was Death Stranding, I'd make that hop. Which, whew, I have been having a strong urge to stream that again. If I do, and I like do a full platinum run, which I would be extremely tempted to do, that's at least 90 hours of my life. Because to call it a good game, I feel like I thought it was good, but I can't call it objectively good. But it ticked a lot of boxes for me. It's the hardest game for me to recommend. Like, it's one I really love, but I struggle to recommend it to people. Because it's something that you just kind of have to see the concept and then ask yourself if it's something that you would like to explore. And if so, then you'll probably great time. Especially because it came out right before COVID, and just months before, and the whole like isolation and reconnecting society bit just really, it was such an experience.
Sinus torment.
Hold on. Where'd you see it at? Was it on the map?
Sinus torment D. It's right under Lamentorium.
Oh yeah,
Anyway,
yeah. That's the
I
name.
laugh because it's me anytime it rains. Sinuses.
Oh, this we get like a kind of like grassy looking area. $70 to the northeast. Yeah, Kay, don't worry about it, because I'm managing anyways. Like, take your time. I'll still accept your help. I'm just I've been managing. I was trying to make my way over this quest objective and got sidetracked because this area really feels like some Death Stranding landscape, TBH. $261 southwest. That is kind of the direction I'm heading in. I understand you're doing a thing, random person. Let me help you. This reminds me of an older kind of horror film called Matango. It's about these Japanese ship crew. They crash on an island after a storm, and the only food that is there to eat are these mushrooms, but it turns out that the mushrooms will turn them into mushrooms.
Oh, perfect.
It is made at like probably the 60s or 70s, so
They were probably on mushrooms when they made it.
possibly it kind of reminds me like the landscape. It's like colorful yet like very dead, colorfully dead. Combination of words I never thought I'd say together. Fascinating. Oh, there's more. Man. I guess it's not all of them that can be examined like that. So this was sent up from our planet by a race of people that preceded us. So we're checking out the ruins of it. They were considered one of the greatest, or to have some of the greatest minds that ever existed before and up to present day. That's a node. Yeah, it works. Oh, I have to kill it. I was like, wait a minute. You mean I can't just interact with it? Well, here's my best friend, the Automata Queen. Beat the shit out of him. That's my robot that I can summon. As a machinist. I don't just have a gun. I also have a machine. Wild concept, that. You're gonna follow me down here, aren't you? Oh, okay.
Your ambiguously sized bag.
They have a lot of fun with the writing in this game, but yeah. Like they're fully aware that sometimes they're kind of hand wavy with like the particulars of how you accomplish some shit.
Like pulling a shotgun out of your ass.
Yeah. Bonk! But I love it. You like summon it, cock it, and shoot it. Bonk. Normally I'm only supposed to do it when there's multiple targets to hit, because that's when I get the most damage out of it. Otherwise my single bullets do more single target damage. I just really like the shotgun. Yeah, we're just gonna teleport there. Fuck that. Now I've got Moe's hair all over me. This is all the overworld theme from 4. Why did I just realize that? No, really. No, but... Well, I won't be able to play... Shit, okay. Woohoo. Oh, right. 28 Southwest. It says it's pretty much right here, but I'm gonna assume it's above me. Because why would they make it red? Either way. Skirt, wrong way. Across there. This place is too big for its own good. Yeah.
What's kind of hilarious to me is it goes the same way as Peter Jackson's interpretation of dwarven places, where the ceilings are eons high for very small people.
Yeah, it just like it does stop, but it.
Them rabbits.
Like, you really gotta get up there. You were the fucker that was causing me trouble.
That gives me Dragon Age Inquisition vibes, because the rifts that you close glow green like that.
Oh, really?
They reach out their hand because they have the mark to close it. Looks exactly like closing a rift.
Why do I feel like I saw you do that for the little bit I saw you play
You
Inquisition?
probably did. They're just around.
Just the door west is that way. Ah. Bonk. Jokes every time she hits the ground. Oof, my ankles.
That too.
226 northwest. How are we doing on currents out here? We've got a lot of them actually. This will put us down to 2 loose ones. Then a quest one left. One northwest. We're gonna take a little peek from up here. Ah! Try this again. That's why I keep trying to do it fast. It's to the south. So it's on this end. Here it is. You don't normally see either currents in buildings, so this zone has just been totally bizarre with that. Moonride, Moonride. 285 northwest, so this one's also in here. Okay, I may not need that assistance by the time you're available. I'll let you know. It's straight west at this point. Because I ended up kind of stumbling into a lot of them. Once I started actually... You're sort of a mess right now anyways, oh no. Like emotionally, or just because of everything you got going on? They're the things. Just yes. Alright.
Volcano Los Dos.
I will ask no more. And brace myself. $1426 east. Holy shit. Well, if it's just east, it is in the Curatorium. How many do you have left? Just this one. And then a quest one, which is part of MSQ. I had to come back up here anyways after doing the side quests, and turned out a lot of the ones I had remaining were in here. I mean, there might be an instance side to it, but I haven't done one yet. Oh, you're asking what instance I'm in. Oh. Never paid attention to this. 1. They seem to always want to put me in 1. But I'm coming up on... Oh. Hey, there you are. Hi. Just give you... It is 846 east. Look at this glorious flight.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks to Kay. It's a crime that you can't use the compass while flying. I got this one. .383 southeast. Sorry, I should have told you I was doing that. Oh, whoops. Ignore that. Here we go. That's actually, like, I'm gonna place some marks really quick. Okay, it's super finicky because if I just hold it. Okay, well anyways. Yeah, this is the last loose one I needed. Thanks, friend. And, I might need this back later, but it'll be okay. I have my emotes turned off if I did /comfort. Oh no, it's right here pretty much. Unless it's way up, which it actually might be. We'll see.
We're dead rabbits.
I just think it is above me. Yeah, if you just give me a ride really quick to the upper level, then I can take it from there. See? Like, that's all it should take to get to the upper level, not whatever the fuck. Thank you. Yeah, that's the one you get from the wedding. Ceremony chocobo. I have it too.
Nice.
I just can't fly yet. I also have a motherfucking call. Vroom vroom. It's from 15. Some other neat mounts I have. I can be Goku.
That's fun.
Just fly on a literal fucking cloud. Fly on a pig. The Porksy. Shark.
Ooh.
Yeah, I got this from Fishing on the Ocean Boat.
Right, yeah, you told me that boat.
Yeah. Sharky shark. I have a tank. And when you go full speed, you kind of
Hold your hat.
fire laser beams. I can be a snowman.
Whee!
I love the snowman. That was such a good seasonal mount they gave us that year. I'm trying to think of anything else that's like fun. One of many doggos.
The version of Assassin's Creed Valhalla I got came with a wolf mount.
Oh?
But she got so annoying because every time you whistled for her or mounted, she howled. She's like, shut up.
Yeah.
Ended up sticking with the horses.
Got our own little dragon. I don't think I've ever actually ridden this mount.
The dragon have a hammer.
Yeah, this dragon's really interested in crafting.
Like all dragons or just this dragon?
This dragon. This dragon was very interested in helping with crafting. And when you finish their stuff, you get them as a mount. Yeah, this is a Mikoshi. You can see me hanging off the side. The one...
The little catfish people.
These are, yeah, they're the Namazu. The one right there looks like he's about to die. He's like, because the rest of them are all like, yeah. It's another beast tribe, but you can help.
I don't know why, but that one makes me like uncomfortable in terms of servitude.
Then here's
perfect.
the Magitech Claw. Scare me around like I just did something terrible. The fat chocobo.
Perfect.
And to get it to fly, which I can't do at the moment, but you swap out this. This is a
Lettuce. For all intents and
it's
purposes.
a gish. It's called a gishel green in game, but yeah, it's basically lettuce that they love. But to get them to fly, you actually swap it out for a piece of cake. Like you hold this one on the side and you pull the cake out. And it's like, ah, give me the fucking cake. Yeah, I mean, I have plenty of other mounts, but those are like my most fun ones, I feel like. Oh, I have this mount, except it's not gold.
I've seen that one. I think Keith shared that one day.
Scree.
That's good. Floating honey pot.
Well, it's a little snake, baby snake in the pot. So many people here doing these quests. You normally would not fight this many. I'll fight everybody's, I guess. Oh shit, growing way? That wasn't me that got that kill, but I'm still happy I contributed that one shot. She's sitting outside. which I believe is the exit's on the upper level. Even if it isn't, it's still a lot easier to go from the upper level down than it is to go from the lower level up. But I think that's a teleporter. No, it should be. It should be. I thought it was going to work like the gold saucer. Just like a casino that you can go play mini games in.
And what, pray tell, do we seek at the Watcher's Palace?
Oh, come off it, friend. You know full well why we're here. The time has come for you to return to Aetheris and help your brethren prepare for their journey here and beyond.
Forgive me, Living Way, but I cannot in good conscience proceed with this plan.
Huh? But what about the final days? The death and the doom? Oh, we have to hurry before it's too late.
Your unflagging commitment to your duty is endearing, to say the least.
Oh, bugger!
Be at ease. They bear you no grudge, nor do I. How could we, having come to understand your purpose? For millennia, you and yours worked tirelessly towards the singular purpose of this heavenly vessel's construction. An arduous feat by any measure. 'Tis clear you have spared no effort. Why, your very names are a testament to your dedication.
Our names? I'm not sure I understand what you're getting at.
Names are an expression of the self, a declaration of one's hopes and aspirations. Your use of contemporary, uncomplicated nomenclature doth ensure clarity of purpose. There can be no doubt that your love for the people of Aetheris is boundless and pure.
Yes! Yes! A most mellifluous phrasing. We Loporrits were born of Hydaelyn's love for Aetheris. That shining, shimmering blue jewel, brightest star in the sky, brimming with life and possibilities. For as long as I can remember, I've toiled in anticipation of the day when this vessel might be needed. All I've ever wanted was to meet those she cherished so dearly, to serve and serve well. That goes for all of us, don't you see? So help us. Help us help them. Lead them here where we can keep them safe. If there's anything wrong with what we've built, we'll fix it. We'll make it right.
Your works want not for repair. Yet there remaineth much for you to learn of men and your own kin besides. Singing Way, thy name bespeaketh more than the simple marriage of rhythm and rhyme. The songs of Aetheris are beyond counting, and span the length and breadth of emotion. Maps are monuments to man's pioneering spirit and his devotion to charting the furthest reaches of our star. Many have devoted their lifetimes to exploratory pursuits, to venture unto the highest mountains and the deepest oceans in search of unknown frontiers. And thou, my friend, I do not think we've met.
My name is Puddingway.
My favorite.
Puddingway? Yes, indeed. A name of deep and abiding significance, I'm sure. But one perhaps better communicated through delicious deeds than tasteless words.
He had to struggle for that, to be like, you know what? Pudding is good. But you do good deeds too. Pudding heals emotional wounds.
A judicious application of fey magics at a later juncture may be appropriate. And living way. 'Tis no easy feat to convey the significance of thy moniker. When I was a bookish boy, a dear friend of mine was fond of peppering me with questions as I read, to my occasional annoyance. One day, I posed to her a question of mine own.
He's so talking about
What does
Mombrita.
it mean to live? After much contemplation, she proffered this answer, the anticipation of a half-read story's conclusion. The hope today's mistake may serve as tomorrow's lesson. The wish that a new acquaintance may one day call thee friend. She believed it to be all these moments and more.
I want to understand, but
I, too, still labor to find mine own answer. 'Twould be my pleasure to assist you and yours in embarking on a journey of self-discovery and enlightenment. For thee. Ink as blue as the waters of Aetheris. Made in haste, though I assure thee, the quality has not suffered for it. The people need not be persuaded by honeyed words. Nay, I have faith they shall do what is right in due course. Until they do, I beg your patience, friends. And with that ink, let us fill the empty pages of Living Way's compendium. An open exchange of ideas will surely afford you all a better understanding of modern man, and with it, ideas for improvements and renovations. But more importantly, it shall empower us to together find a way forward.
I hope you're right. Thank you for this lovely gift.
There you have it. I shall remain with the Loporrits to ensure that all is in order. Though we must needs prepare for every eventuality, you would all agree that the evacuation of our star is a last resort. To accept failure is to accept the demise not only of our star, but that of Reen's, of all reflections, and the souls that call them home. Which is why I have every faith that you shall fight to the last, that such drastic measures may prove unnecessary.
Should the worst come to the worst, and I pray deeply that it won't, I'll take comfort in knowing preparations were made under your watchful eye.
Aye, thou mayest be assured that if calamity cometh, not a soul will be left behind, if being the operative term.
hate to interrupt, but I feel like I need to make amends for all the secrecy.
Think nothing of it. We haven't been the most gracious of guests. Do convey our apologies to Growingway and the others.
But of course! And when next we welcome more guests from Atheris, we'll have learned to be much more hospitable hosts. Oh, and circling back to the matter of inappropriate secrecy, we ought to discuss our benefactors.
Agreed. The Charlayan Forum, yes?
Wow. How didn't I know? Who the fuck else would it be?
The more I heard, the more obvious it became. The Forum's aims align closely with those of your anonymous patrons. A telling coincidence would be an understatement. Though had we not taken it upon ourselves to peruse certain restricted tones in Labyrinthos, we might still be unaware of their plans. But let us continue this discussion upon our return. I dare say we have kept Alphino and the others waiting long enough.
And now we can fly. But we have nowhere really to fly to at this point. So
yeah.
We've lost all destination. God, it feels like I'm so far in the story, yet like there's still so much left. Bye. Oh, okay, that's easy. Vroom. I can fly here too. It's the zone here I can fly in. They like to do that. They'll send you into the first 2 zones pretty quickly, but they only let you explore half of it. They keep the other half like blocked off, so you don't unlock the actual flight of the zone until much later.
You know there's bunny people on the moon.
There's bunnies on the moon, and they've built a paradise and an ark. As long as you like carrots. If you don't like carrots, it may be hell. I mean, now that Anima's gone, I would think that the whole tempering thing, once we're able to remove it from them, shouldn't come back. Van Daniel's dead. Oh, all the towers are gone. Oh yeah, shit, the Telophoroi dead. Zodiark dead. Moon. Rabbits. I enjoyed that they always acknowledge at this point how fucking strong you are. Because you really are such an anomaly, like, compared to everybody. They can throw legions of men at you, and you still will probably come out okay. We haven't been in Balti's or in Old Charlian for a hot minute. Sea of Stars. Yeah. Been into it just a little.
I've been sitting like this for a while. Mostly just as a different way to sit.
She's just kind of like hunched over with her elbows on her knees, kind of staring.
It's very that when you die like too many times and you settle in to do it right. a shirt on.
Oh. Hey, can you get some hunt targets from the moon? Oh well, the next tier isn't even until 89. Shit. That's a minute away. Double scratches. You didn't do it. You didn't do anything. He does it. Just bring like, I know like it comes through on stream sometimes, and it's like I didn't even do anything to you. You really don't have to do anything to him for that to do that. You can clearly see that he just sometimes is what the fuck did you do to me? Nothing. So you win the Sastasha unrestricted. How'd it go? I'm also curious why you went. Probably journal related stuff. Check Discord. Oh, I was tagged, wasn't I? Whoa! 150,000 points of health, you say? That makes me curious. Just to take the smallest of breaks, I suppose. %300 increase. And they're already so much higher than what a dungeon like this would be. I am at 147,000. That is nuts. This is the very first dungeon that you do in the game. I was here to check out like what your health and damage and stuff looks like, and it's insane how much health you have. That's like it puts you at pretty much. I mean, granted, I'm 85 now, not 80, but it puts you at pretty much where you were at prior to the number crunch. Hey, you feel better now that you know that nobody purposely wrecked your shit, Ryu? All enemies' stats are technically down, right? Yeah. That was a lot of death. Ooh, yeah, that shotgun just ripped him to shreds. I didn't care to pay attention what switch it was. Death. So anyways, there was a boss there. Yeah, so like normally you would come in here, you would be like level between 16 and like 18. Well, 15 and 18 for this one in particular. I'm level 85. The entire dungeon could charge at me, and 2 or 3 shotgun blasts, I'd kill the entire dungeon. And the only reason one blast wouldn't do it is just because there'd be too many to be within the blast radius. They would have to clear out so I could kill others. This is just a nice little thing to do. Something to kill 10 minutes.
I love rampant murder.
That's kind of what this is. Plus, I just wanted to run through and shotgun everybody. The only other thing I used once was an air anchor. Everything else, fuck it. Shotgun. Almost done with this dungeon. It's just a lot of. You know what? I haven't looked at the Sastasha map in so long. Ooh. The number crunch is nice. Bonk. I like that you can see the shell flying out as I cock the shotgun. It flies out from the left side. You don't want to do that. You really don't want to do that. So anyways. There, it took 4 minutes and 21 seconds. Almost 9. So anyways, back to the main story. Yeah, that was kind of fun to just blow through. Put some fucking rip and tear behind it. Or BFG division. He decided to stay on the moon with the rabbits. The what on the where? Oh shit. Sorry, we should have started with the forward. Moon. Rabbits. Ark. Liars.
Yes.
Like if she's just sitting there like holding her head like, and they're smaller than me? Yeah, I know about the final days, but what about these rabbits? He just walks out and he's like, I'm disowning my children again. But you can't disown them when they're already disowned. Yes, I can.
Just as a reminder, I have no children anymore.
My children died in Eorzea. I'm gonna say the killing of Zodiark probably brought this on.
Order! Order, I say! I thank you all for gathering here on such short notice. This day we must speak of grave affairs and their implications for the future of Charlian, nay, of this very star. Said affairs concern all citizens, and so we have called for a public assembly. You may have heard rumors of the Telophoroi and the havoc these madmen wreak abroad. Under normal circumstances, we would pay little heed to petty disturbances outside our borders. The final days, however, are another matter altogether. For we dare not ignore these prophetic words of Eld. The End-bearers will come, ushering chaos and calamity. The final days descend and devour the very star.
I've never heard this prophecy.
Is it true? Will all that really happen?
Calm yourselves. The time has come to speak of the Forum's most sacred duties. But first...
Give voice to the voiceless. Let bindings be unbound. By unanimous decree, I declare the enchantment broken.
Master Leveilleur, if you would.
Very well. "270 years ago, our forebears began an expedition in the Dravanian hinterlands, in search of a route to access the ethereal sea. This much is public knowledge. Their findings, however, would become the Forum's most closely guarded secret. What those researchers discovered in the hinterlands was not a passage unto the ethereal sea, but the very heart of our star, and Hydaelyn herself. She spoke to them of a calamity that would extinguish all life, and of a means by which we might be spared. The moon. 'Tis in truth a gargantuan vessel built to serve as sanctuary for her children and deliver them from this doom. Much like Nunkref's hope in ages past, it will bear the people of a world in the throes of death to a new home.
Needless to say, this will be no small undertaking. To facilitate the great work, the Forum has maintained close contact with the servants of Hydaelyn, who presently reside on the moon. Convinced that the foretold end was all but inevitable, we began amassing a wealth of knowledge, not merely for the betterment of our nation, but in preparation for the journey to come.
You reveal this to us now? By the gods, how long do we have?
While we cannot say with certainty, we believe the hour to be nigh. We received a transmission from the moon suggesting as much not long ago. Which is why we must in earnest begin preparations for the great exodus. For his impressive contributions and the leadership he demonstrated during our withdrawal from Dravania, we have elected Master Leveilleur to oversee this initiative.
Fellow scribes and scholars, my countrymen, we face a threat of unprecedented scale. We must challenge the trials before us with composure and conviction if we are to find salvation. The wisdom of Sharlayan has ever been a shining beacon in the darkness, and so it shall continue to be. It is our solemn charge to see our heritage preserved for future generations. For those who will come after, we will brave a new frontier.
Administrative edicts will be relayed to all major institutions ere long. In the meantime, carry on with your duties. With that, I hereby call this assembly to a close.
Do you remember what Mother told us when we visited home? That it wasn't until after we were born that Father seemed to lose himself in his work. If that great work of his was the evacuation of this star, then...
Yes. It wasn't for his benefit. Would you mind waiting here a moment? I wish to speak with Father before we leave. Thank you. I shan't be long.
If it's all the same to you, I have a few choice words to share with Father as well.
So, come to call us cowards and bid us join your fruitless battle against the inevitable.
Nay, we do not object to the Forum's proposal. On the contrary, those who wish to flee have every right to do so. Urianger is cooperating with your associates on the moon to ensure that all is ready should evacuation be our only recourse.
Then whatever your business, I suggest you be brief.
Though we cannot boast the boundless wisdom of Sharlayan, we have first-hand knowledge of foreign cultures and have conversed with no small number of peoples. These experiences have taught us fundamental truths that cannot be recorded in any tome, nor charted on any map. The beating heart of this planet is its people, many of whom would give anything, even their lives, to protect the lands they love. Many may choose to join you in the end. But what of those unwilling or unable, for whom escape will never be an option? What would you have them do? To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, Father. It is indolence. This is why we choose to fight.
We'll not ask for your understanding, Father. Only that you don't turn a blind eye to the good we have done. That we can still do. We're not children in need of protection. Hold fast to your principles and let the world burn if it please. But we believe there is still another way. And if there is, we will find it. You see if we don't.
Do as you will. Just stay out of our way.
He acts like we've never done some, like, world-saving shit before.
Were he not so consumed with self-righteousness, he might tell you how proud he is of you both.
Bold words call for bold action. And there'll be no turning to your father should plans go awry.
As if I ever would. So long as there are those who wish to stay and fight for this star, we have to do what we can to help them.
And if we're to do that, we'll need to be well rested. Wouldn't you agree? And having triumphed over what we once thought to be the source of all evil, I can think of no one in greater need of at least a dozen winks.
Shall we then? To the Annex. To prepare for tomorrow.
Crazy to think we were just up there. Oh, shit. Who would be visiting? The least likely answer is probably Estinian. I know who you chose. You chose Gratia. I'm having a hard time choosing. Who would visit to, like, probably speak? I can pretty much rule out Thancred and Estinian, kind of Y'shtola. Oh, really? Let's see what Y'shtola has.
You're still awake. Good. Might I trouble you to stand still for a moment? Nothing appears out of the ordinary. A precautionary measure. You will recall that serving as a vessel for abundant light in the First very nearly ended poorly.
Yeah, no kidding. She's like, let me make sure there's not some fuckery going on inside you.
In your recent battle on the moon, you were almost certainly exposed to similar, if not greater, forces. Fortunately, from what I can see, you and your ether are none the worse for wear. Would that Reen were here to confirm my assessment. To think you actually found yourself in a direct confrontation with Zodiac. As if Xenos gallivanting about in your body was not misfortune enough. Did you so grossly offend every single deity in a past life that they saw fit to place a curse upon your soul?
Apparently, yes.
Forgive me. That was in poor taste. I recall vividly how battered and broken it was in the depths of Amarot.
Yeah, she did call my ass out. Were you just such an obnoxious bitch that you were cursed to live this life having the most unfortunate of luck?
Would that you could have seen it with your own eyes. Mayhap then you would understand why the greater part of me is glad you did not. It was a horror beyond description. Promise me you will be careful, that you will seek my counsel if you feel unwell. That puts my heart at ease, if only a touch. I suspect it will grow colder as the night wears on, so do be sure to stay warm. Sleep well. May the shadows keep you.
Interesting.
Thank the gods that tower is gone. The sight of it was enough to make me sick.
That was Nashana in what's his name? Runtia? His name is fucking weird, but the red mage and the dancer job folks.
Thank the Ilsabar contingent, more like.
Yeah.
They fought their way into Garlemald and top of the bloody thing themselves. Not just the one, neither. All the towers have up and vanished.
Aye, I heard the same. Commander Aldin and his troops helped keep casualties to a minimum, too. But is it true they brought back tempered Garlean soldiers?
As Commander Aldin tells it, they've a treatment for that now. But don't you worry. Cured or not, they've no plans to bring them into the city proper.
I see. Well, that's a relief then. I know we've brothers and sisters among the lot, but I can't say I'm eager to welcome them home.
Wanted to think about it for a while yet, but to be looked after in Alagana for the time being.
There's
Another day,
the Dark
another
Knight.
mission of paramount
folks.
importance.
Was it Sigurd and name's like Cecily or something? I could be totally wrong on her name. I haven't done those quests in a hot minute.
Well, what have we here? Hey, are you all right? Was that? No. The shadows play tricks, nothing more. The towers are gone, and the Garlean threat is abated. Yet, why does it feel as though it's about to get much, much worse?
Oh shit, it's about to start picking up, isn't it? Gotta fix our glamour again.
And lo, vile beasts did rise. Leaving naught in their wake but blood and ash. Sun scorches earth and boils seas. And our sins ascend unto the heavens. Three dooms to unmake all we were.
The sky burns. The final days are truly upon us.
My friends, I trust you have heard the news.
We have. What can you tell us of the situation, Your Excellency?
Last night, the Isle was rocked by tremors, and the earth itself cried out. Aloft, the heavens began to burn. From all about, unholy beasts, the likes of which we had never seen, came forth in fury and rage. No. To say they came forth would be inexact. The people of Radzat-Han themselves transformed into these baleful fiends. Though the phenomenon was observed throughout our lands, the first creature, the largest and most dreadful of the lot, wrought havoc upon us here in our fair city. Though they bear superficial resemblance to divinities of legend, they are ungodly abominations. The people decry them as blasphemies. The large one's rampage has since taken it to the northern reaches of the island. I mean to dispatch our radiant host in an attempt to quell the threat.
And what of Vritra?
Vritra too makes for the north of his own accord, and yet he knows the blasphemy and its minions were but yesterday his beloved people. I pray his boundless compassion and mercy does not deter him from taking unenviable but necessary action.
Understood. I ask that you allow us to aid you in quelling this threat.
You would risk your lives to help us yet again? I have no words to express my gratitude.
It's not just you we're helping. We're trying to quell this shit before it gets out of control. But you're welcome,
Our
buddy.
regiments approach the north from several directions, with a number of units set to depart from the docks of Yetlimat. They will make landfall in an area of dense jungle, where one can expect to encounter dangers even beyond the fell beasts we hunt. I leave you to your preparation. You will find me at the docks when you are ready to depart.
We're as prepared as we'll ever be. Let's go.
Vana spaghetti. Spaghetti. Oh shit, that's a dungeon. Alright. I wasn't expecting it to be a dungeon. Well, I should have. Well, okay. Let me hop in the cord of disc. Hello.
Yellow.
Hi.
I put myself together and... Yep.
I'm glad to hear that.
Anyways, you ready?
Yeah. Let's go.
Enjoy your instant queue, DPS.
It probably would have been pretty quick anyways.
Probably.
As long as you're not doing roulette, queues are usually very fast, pretty much regardless of what you play here at the start.
Yeah, that unrestricted party, though.
Yeah, that was interesting. I had to do a Sasha run after you mentioned it.
Yeah. I was like, what the fuck?
What is this HP? What is all this shit? Considering how much they downscaled us to just have our stats buffed to that much. Was wild. Interesting.
This gear is 6 item levels and better than Crippler gear.
Yeah, I figured it would be my first chance at an upgrade. Usually the 5 dungeons usually are.
I've got 3 pieces of gear that are still Crippler.
I won't say that's not bad for where you're at, but for this, it's fine.
Well, I'm also about to hit 90, so I can go get my job gear anyway, so...
Oh yeah, where... Well, I guess it varies depending on where the role quests are. I really need to do those.
You will unlock role quests after you finish Runs at Hun.
Oh, okay. It's interesting that they make you hold on to it for so long.
Yes, I don't really like that, but it's fine. So.
Well, it works.
My friends, heed me. These are children of Stavner. Forgive me. I could do them no harm.
Stop being a bitch, Fritra.
Feature, please.
But yeah, I went ahead and did my Wondrous Tales book so I can get to 90 faster.
Like, are you around that point in the quest line too, or have you just
I'm a level ahead. I've been consistently about a level ahead the whole time. Is it the dungeon app? There's going to be one dungeon I'm going to recommend you to trust. You will know which one that is.
Interesting. I will ask, and just use the answers that I provide here. Is it because of gear, or is it because of something else?
Something else.
Okay.
And this, I would recommend anyone to run this with trust. At least for the first time. When did they make TB on a joke? Because it is.
They apparently murdered Dark Knights in their sleep, if you ask Dark Knight mains. Like, I won't pretend to understand the job well enough to understand exactly what they did to mess it up, but... yeah, Blackest Night... if it's still a joke, or if it's a joke now, that's unfortunate, because... like, it was baller as hell in Shadowbringers.
I enjoy these single pulls. These make me happy.
So you can do a little bit more than spam cure 2.
Yep. Yeah, so Mario Mortum, the moon, right?
Mhm.
And how the bunnies have been talking to Charlian this whole time?
Yeah.
You'd think the epicenter of knowledge would actually be able to relay to them proper information on how to make things, right?
Yeah, I thought that was strange.
Like, just from... It doesn't make any sense to why they're having all those issues, but they were talking to Charlian for the past 270 years. Ooh, the monk potted? I'm potting?
Look, some people take their DPS very seriously.
I mean, I will have to pot when it comes to raiding, but...
well, that's when you should be taking DPS seriously. But in the middle of the level 75 dungeon, you wouldn't expect to use pot.
You know what, Dark Knight? If you're not going to tank bust your cooldown, I will.
Oh. Shit. Just eat the one.
Better take
bone.
just one, yeah.
You think you understand that mechanic? Let's fucking change it up. It sounds like I've caught up to Harley.
Yes, you are actually, by doing this dungeon, you are past Harley. I could have rescued him. I didn't even think about it. Yeah, I'm also gonna cool down you, because you have 2 Volt stacks. What is left?
Is it the raised claw?
It's either the claw or the what the move is. So if it's what is left, he's gonna do it on his left. What is right on the right.
Oh. I should probably get my focus target up there. I normally have that up, but I maybe kind of forgot. I might hit 86 in here, I don't know.
You might. I already have the bracelet. Come on. I already have these shoes too. Come on.
Good. That means I have a chance to get them.
Yikes. I'll tell you what, having 2 Divine Venison stacks is actually amazing.
I figured. I love Divine Medicine in general. So having 2 stacks of it, that sounds amazing. I'll be there soon. PM.
Also, having a tank buster, which I can just put on tank, or, cooldown, I can just drop on tanks. Love this.
It's just a shame that you only have it in higher level stuff.
Yeah. Yikes.
Oof.
Yikes.
I hate that.
Yeah.
So that's what we've been seeing in those cutscenes leading up to this. So it's the same effect. So this shit's gonna spring up in the Alamegan Quarter and Ishgard, at least.
Hey, I say this, Holy 3 looks much nicer to look at compared to Holy 1.
Yeah, it's a little less vicious on the eyes. I actually got to play around with it earlier. Did you do any roulettes today?
I have not. I just logged on and have been doing story.
I see.
And I'm sort of at a point where like I don't want to stop.
It eventually has to come to an end.
Did Dark Knight get another cooldown? Oblation? I don't know what that skill is.
I have to say I'm pretty clueless on it too.
They did it again. Is it on their what is that meter called?
The blood?
Yeah, I think it's tied to their blood meter.
Yeah.
Sort of like how paladins have whatever the fuck that skill is called. The shield.
Sheltron.
Sheltron, there it is. I just lagged there for a second.
The based stun. I want to open that treasure chest, but I have to DPS.
I know.
Thank you.
Fuck. Needed those earrings.
Here's a thing offending J fucking K.
It looks pretty.
Yeah.
Dude, TBN with Divide Venison. Fuck your tank buster.
So TBN by itself may not be so great, but it's still a really nice thing to add. Ah, I see. Am I in it in time? I'm glad they put more than just 4. So that way you never have to feel like you're really fighting over one.
And I'm struggling to heal this guy because he got burnt and that status effect sucks. Yeah, I learned the hard way the first time I did this about that.
What
And
about the water or the burn?
The fire one, if you get hit by it, you get a nasty dot. Like, it's fucking nasty.
Oof.
It might be able to DPS down. Yeah.
Those monks beating ass.
I'm sure they love the changes.
I'll try them out. I'm gonna miss shoulder tackle. There's nothing they could replace it with that is gonna make me not miss shoulder tackle.
Hmm.
It may be good. I may like it, but I still shoulder tackle. That's been such an iconic monk ability since A Realm Reborn. Even when they tried to upgrade to fire tackle, we were like, no! They gave a shoulder tackle back. Oh, Stormblood.
I guess I'll heal you, Dark Knight.
He might like a healer too.
I presence of mind holy the fuck out of all of these guys. So.
Okay, I can't do anything about that. I should have looked away. I was more focused on I can't stun it.
Yeah, there will be no stunning of enemies.
So that
would be around.
That pod is just for spirit rod game. I thought that looked strange that he had it up for so long.
Oh.
Yeah.
He's just trying to get materia.
Yeah. I mean, he's got his gear fully melted. At least in the guaranteed slots.
He's wearing Eden E9 through 12 normal gear.
Doing pretty good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Only played tank. And wanted to do the Pandemonium raids.
What?
I said if only he wanted to play tank and do the Pandemonium raids on Savage, right?
We got another one, so let's see how long this one lasts.
I'm not gonna assume you have another tank until you actually start raiding with that tank. I'm gonna have them very lightly penciled in. Like you could rub the graphite off the paper and it'd be gone. So lightly penciled in.
I mean, they've talked a lot of shit how all our other tanks are weak for switching over to Reaper, so...
Oh. Weak. Oh, cutscene time.
I was really out here thinking the statue was going to be the boss.
Right? It's a sisty bag.
Damn, I hope I win the sword too, because I rolled a 99 on the shield.
That really should drop as a coffer. I hate that those drop separate. I mean, as a paladin wouldn't care.
I'll just take all of it, thank you.
Oh. Okay, so red, not on red. Maybe? Okay, got it.
Tank. Oh god. Have all my cooldowns. Thank you, TBN. Match. Bad monk.
Give you such a long lead up time for that. I don't know how that knockback was supposed to mess you up. Come back. What the fuck?
Bring here, bitch.
Yeet. Rip. I ended up in a pretty bad spot.
Hold. Don't revive.
I assume after this.
Yes. Alright, now you're good.
Fuck you, monk, go away! Yak hooties. Three seconds on my bleed.
Thank you for Tactician.
You're very welcome.
Yeah, when I did this dungeon for the first time, I actually had to use the LBs because we would have died.
Oh, wow.
BTW, knockback prevention does work on this.
Oh.
Of course I got bleed.
I'm dead. Yeah, like it sucks. Like you pretty much have to be pointed right at the corner. Well, I guess I could run in more for that pushback. Instead of just running up to the icon, I could run further in.
I think we all sort of got fucked up by that last one.
We won though. Fucking Mana's Teeth.
Oh my god, I love this shirt. Oh, it looks so good. I'll link it.
Yeah, I think I might have gotten the code as a petty drop.
I'll link it when we're out of the party. Or they're out of the party.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Oh. That looks pretty good.
I like it. He gave up on the jacket for some reason. I got the fending jacket too.
Okay. Cool, it's an upgrade for whenever you do tanks. Oh.
Yeah, I gotta get Gunbreaker up to 90 sometime. I linked it though. But I'm gonna shut up.
Okay.
As I feared,
What is it?
The beast was there, and now it is no more. Yes?
Indeed. We saw it plain. But you didn't, did you?
I saw nothing. Not the blasphemy that perished here, nor the other men turned beasts. And because of this, I now see all too well. There is no ether. Where the creatures should be, I saw naught but emptiness.
Emptiness? But that would mean...
Recall the words of the Watcher. 'Twas a stagnancy of ether, a cessation of flow, leading to decay and absence, that led the ancients to conclude their star was dying. This is the same phenomenon. The instant these people are seized by the transformation, their ether begins to rot and crumble away like dried mud. Until, from their corporeal forms to their very souls, naught remains.
But the beast spoke with its dying breath. Surely at least a sliver of the man it was endured.
Mayhap so. But even if the process was incomplete, it was little more than a faint residue.
Gods be good. You're saying they cannot be saved?
Not by any means known to me. Or by any means at all, like as not. For there is naught left to save.
They return not even to the ethereal sea.
The beasts rage on, their hunger insatiable. Even deprived of their master, they perpetuate his legacy of hate. Once proud sons and daughters of Thavnir, all of them, and now I spill their blood.
Vitra, my friends, I am heartened to see you safe.
You put your secret at risk.
Those closest to me already know the truth. A truth I must now share with one and all. Vitra, calamity has come to Radzatan. Our fair nation is rent by screams of pain and despair. More than ever, we require a strong leader to shepherd us through the storm. Reveal your true self to our people, Vitra, and guide us to salvation.
What madness is this, I-One? Thou dost forget thyself. Were we to reveal our duplicity, it would do naught but foster confusion and chaos. Nay, I shall remain the Satrap's loyal ally, and do battle with the beasts. Easing hearts and leading the people to safety is thy task, and thine alone. I ask that you remain at Ahewan's side, and render unto him what aid you may. I know not what lies ahead, but without you, Radzatan will not survive.
Take me with you. I am as at home fighting in the air as I am on land. Take me with you.
Were my words unclear? I require no assistance. Thy place is at Ahewan's side.
Estinian, here. The last thing you ever wanted. A link pearl. We've gained much from knowing your elevated perspective. And it'll keep you from getting lonely, which I know you loathe.
You heard the man. Seems I'm coming with you after all.
Then I pray thy grip is iron. Be it on thy head if thou dost chance to fall.
Fair enough. Now, shall we?
I fear it is as Vithra says. We will not survive this on our own. While I am loath to impose upon you again.
I would insist if you did not. 'Tis the very reason we have come.
Then once more I find myself without words to thank you properly. Let us return to the capital and plan our next course of action.
All right. So we've kind of gone over our 2-hour mark between breaks. I'm feeling it a little bit. So I'm going to step away for 5 or 10 minutes and we'll get back to it. Those breaks do be getting longer and longer. I am back and we are rolling. What odd quest rewards. Oh yeah, let me look at this Vest of Healing. I never actually got around to doing that. Oh. And it dies too. I'm gonna guess Dalamud Red. Okay. Or is it Rust Red? It'd be super cool if they would get the Aetherite working so I can just teleport here. TBH. The pants look a little weird, but we'll make it work. To the bazaar. I was like, what's stopping me? Maybe this fucking cart? Is that a bug? No, it's a cart. Oh. Already attuned to that. Hold on. I got a random follow from somebody who writes about games on Twitter. Alright then. Sorry, I forgot I got a notification on my phone while I was on break. I don't know if this is somebody I know or not. Anyways. So we're going to talk to the barmaid, but we've got kind of a lead. We know it's that like black mist thing that comes out of them. That calls into question what we know of the order of events. We hit a patch of lag there. Awesome. Ooh, we're losing all sorts of frames right now. We'll let the stream stabilize before we continue. I don't know why they act like Radzadhan is like the most difficult place to navigate that they've ever built. Oof. I was wondering if it happened. Turns out it does. Not a fan of it. But I did want to test it. Okay, so we didn't lose our quest progress, we just lost Gratia. We had to go get him. So he apparently won't take the Aether now. Which is silly, TBH. I feel that if the conditions are right, then when an individual is experiencing just hopelessness, because I bet you we're going to find out that this deal didn't go through, and it probably spelled the end of his business. And I'd say that when the etheric conditions are right, now that Zodiark isn't balancing it, that people can essentially corrupt their own ether. What? You know, I've seen her a bunch. What is that gear she's wearing? It's a Saiga skin coat of bending. Alright. It's the 84 vendor coat. She's just not a high quality version of it. Oh shit, high quality gathering things aren't a thing anymore. Woof. don't think it's the right way. Ah. He could walk in here and get it. Here we go. This weighty crate. That was easy. Yep, end up getting turned down. That's why I could never go into business. I'd be way too concerned with upsetting people. Oh, Mom. Well, at least you don't have to worry about leveling. So, I called it. Despair in correct conditions. And then the despair that gets set in others can cause them to transform. We saw that in the 75 dungeon when the mother had basically given up all hope. And her kids were like, but Mom! And then they transformed too. Fucking hate that.
There you are. You've spoken with the survivors.
Indeed. We thought to share what we have gleaned, that we might together gain a greater understanding of present circumstances.
Fortuitous timing. Alize and I completed our own investigations not long ago.
Then we should take a moment to compare notes. Shall we begin with the two of you?
So the merchant Karzal was gravely concerned about his business in the days preceding his untimely end.
The tales we heard were much the same. The first victims to be changed into blasphemies were all overcome with anguish of one manner or another. Then those who saw their loved ones stolen before their eyes succumbed to a similar panic, setting in motion a chain of transformations.
Fear, unease, despair. These negative feelings serve as a catalyst.
If so, then it is not unlike the calamity that befell the ancients. With their creation magics, they unwittingly gave form to untold horrors. Had they simply lost control, surely it would have manifested in many forms, not all of them monstrous. Yet somehow, this phenomenon is triggered solely by the darkness in their hearts, a common thread with what we now witness.
Common, but not identical. While the beasts the ancients faced were forged with magic alone, those of today are born of sentient beings. Why remains to be seen, but there is one fundamental difference between us and our predecessors. Our souls are sundered, whereas theirs were not. Perhaps that single variable makes all the difference.
If I may, there was another detail that troubled me. We have it on good authority that Karzal's transformation took place before the skies began to burn.
What? If that's true, then the situation's more dire than we realized. It means even if there's no ominous sign presaging the final days, anyone, anywhere, has the potential to become a beast. Even in lands we thought safe, even as we speak.
Look! It's the Satrap!
The Satrap!
Thank the heavens!
My countrymen, I am relieved and heartened to see you strong and safe. While the danger has not yet passed, far from it, allow me to assure you that the beasts that raged within the city walls have been exterminated to the last. Outside this sanctuary, the brave men and women of the Radiant Host and our dragon ally continue to battle our unholy foes. I pray these tidings put your minds at ease and help you calm your hearts. Have faith that we shall soon conquer this terrible trial.
Your Excellency, is there any word from Palaka's stand? My grandson was bound for there yesterday, and I worry for his life.
We are still awaiting a report, but I promise you, as soon as I have aught to share...
Your Excellency, I bring grave news.
Well, don't do it in front of everybody.
You are?
I'm Matsya of Akyali, a humble fisherman.
Ah, I remember you from our first visit.
Wait, you're... But no, that can wait. When the skies turn red,
I set off for Balaka's stand, fearing for the safety of a friend. But as I drew near the village, I saw dreadful beasts all about.
No! Gods have mercy!
This woman is as good as dead.
Save my grandson, I beg of you!
We will spare no effort to save all we can, but you must remain calm.
Calm? You tell me to be calm? You saw those beasts? They tore our bravest warriors limb from limb! What if we are too late, huh? They catch him, sink their fangs into him? The fangs! The screams!
Get away from her, now!
See, I wouldn't be feeling dread. I'd be feeling annoyance right now. Like, they couldn't let us get 2 fucking words out.
Damn it! We've got to kill them before it spreads.
We'll handle this. See the townspeople to safety.
Run! As fast
Damn
as
it,
you can.
Granny. Bro, friendly fire, what the fuck? That guy's gonna turn too.
Vitra, our people, you must save them.
Oof.
My son.
Enough! You must run. For their sake and your own. Yes, you will survive. You must.
So it can be reversed if you catch it right in the moment.
Be strong, my friends! Fear not, for we will defeat these abominations! Brave men and women of the Radiant Host,
Lend your Stola and Thancred your aid. Let not a single beast escape. The rest of you, flee this place. Carry the wounded if you must. Head indoors or underground. Above all, stay calm. No beast will follow you. We will see to that. Alphino! Alice! Leave the city to us, and make for Palaka's stand at once! Show my friends to the village!
Pulling out his hidden doll. Shut up, Kay.
Right! Go with them, will you? We will save these people. As many as we can.
I'm in 3. God damn it. I got a little too eager with the jump button there. Going south. Oh wow, those two are very close together. What the fuck? We're 70 southeast. Yeah, I'm gonna focus on these first, just so I can blow through the story. Okay. 35 east. Still dead east. Oh, there it is. Just have to shake off pursuers. .604 Southwest. Hi! Can you take me 604 Southwest? I will attempt to mark it. Oh. I can be in both, I guess. You'll just have to meet my stream. Hello.
Yeah. Hi.
Hi.
604 Southwest. I remember where this one is. There might be another one over here, but I know there's one over here. Yeah, I did my level 90 roll quest hoping to get my level 90 gear. And that was not the case.
Oof. .339 Southeast.
How many do you have left, by the way? I don't think there's that many.
I've already collected 4 just since I zoned in here.
Hmm.
I have 2. This being one of the 2. There it is.
The first one you can grab is actually right behind this.
Oh.
Yeah, on the other side of the wall. That's where it is. The waterfall one.
Yeah, I couldn't figure out how to get back there like originally.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have to take some really roundabout way or what?
You have to get down to this area. Oh, you mean the one next to the waterfall? The one across that?
Yeah, because that's the one I was missing is this 51 South.
The one we just grabbed?
No, the next one.
Oh, 51 South. Oh,
Yeah,
no, there's no roundabout way. You just had to go around the city and grab it.
Oh. Well, I didn't get it. Yeah, I saw this one, but I didn't see the other one.
Isn't it like right around here?
Yes. Yeah, I never got this one. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And if you could take me...
Yeah, I'll take you back over. Because you don't want to have to cross the entire zone.
You're telling me. Just a little bit north of Palaka Stand will be fine. I'd say probably like 300 yalms. We've got exact coordinates 2912. Yeah, I noticed that the Palaka gear that drops out of there is what a lot of the people in Runs of the Han are wearing.
The ones we're wearing right now?
Yes.
They look good.
Yeah, they look good. I like it better than the Imperial coat I got. Yeah, it's right here. It's pretty easy to see where the quest markers and stuff are at right now. Given that you can see other people actively doing the quests.
Mm-hmm.
I usually end up fighting like 2 or 3 waves just to kind of help out a little bit. Clear stuff out. Boom.
I can show you the bell, actually. Did you already kill the first bit of enemies? You did. Okay. Alright, there you go.
Thank you. Ooh, I've been streaming for 9 hours. It's almost been a whole workday for me, and that doesn't include the time I was doing roulettes earlier. That makes it easy. Alright. You sure do like staring at people. He's gonna be turning shortly. What the fuck? Oh. Might be turning. The music between cutscenes and like just the general getting around, such a different tone each time. We go from this really kind of somber, kind of like oh shit, things are happening to dun 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 dun. It's like this like start and stop of urgent chill. Urgent chill.
No more enemies to trouble us here. It's me. How fare you below? Understood. I will inform Vritra. Chaos and panic sweep Raz-at-Han, and many more have succumbed to the transformations. Amidst the fray, Ahawan fell, protecting a grief-stricken father. My friends fight alongside your Radiant host to secure the capital. Beasts have been sighted in Palakistan as well. We have divided our forces in hopes of quelling the threat there. Of small solace is that we now know what triggers the transformation. As my companions tell it,
so it is the very fear and despair in their hearts which inflicts this abhorrent punishment upon them. A nightmare from which my children will never awake. O capricious and cruel fate, they are undeserving of such condemnation.
will you wallow in sorrow or rise to the occasion? Raz-at-Han is leaderless. Before he passed, Ahawan sought to reveal the truth to his people. Honor his wishes.
To what end? To breed a new conflict between dragon and man. These claws could reduce thee to shreds with a touch. These jaws crush thy bones to dust. Only through my proxy could I walk with my children. Without him, I am a bringer of fear, no different from the beasts which beleaguer them.
Perhaps so. Only in death were Hraesvelgr and Shiva united. Indeed, whenever man and dragon have come together, death has ever been the inevitable result. It was our fear of your kind that sparked a nigh-endless war. Fear and hate of which Nidhogg drank deep as he laid waste to my homeland. And in turn, I took my revenge on his brood. Blood for blood, pain for pain. I thought nothing of theirs, only of mine. And yet, were the chasm between us too vast and too deep, Hraesvelgr would not have borne Isael to battle and our rescue. He would never have entrusted a mortal champion with one of his eyes. And the Dragonsong War would still rage on. And I would still wage a never-ending war of violence and vengeance. The future of our star be damned. I cannot speak for Ahawan's greater goals. Yet I know that he served you, served your people, long and true. In this time of unprecedented crisis, he turned to you. You could do worse than to place your trust in him. It will not be easy, but the future of Radz-at-Han hangs in the balance. We have company. The hour has come, Vritra! It's all or nothing!
You said the thing from the trailer. My stream bitrate is all over the place. It's like, oh yeah, 5 kbs, cool. How about 12,000 kbs, cool. Now 800. Alright. Pretty much every person we save now, I'm just like, oh man, are they gonna turn? Because everybody's understandably losing their shit. It's just really unfortunate that they're doing so. I was basically seeing, because that felt like a really long time for Queen to be out, but no, there's no trait. I just don't normally summon Queen a lot sooner, so that's why I'm used to her only having a little over 10 seconds, not close to 20.
Courage, friend. The pain will pass.
Has anyone seen Mervan? Where could she be?
I think that's the first time I've heard Matsu's voice, and that was not what I was anticipating.
We've dealt with all the blasphemies, and made certain no villagers are still in hiding.
Good work. We've otherwise tended to the wounded as best we can.
What will become of us?
Help is on the way, surely. We may have to abandon our homes now, but we will return someday.
But where can we go? Is anywhere even safe?
That I cannot say.
Well, I can. Nowhere's safe. Run all you like, but there's no escaping these things. And even if I could, it's too late for my family.
Not this shit again. Somebody go slap her before she transforms.
This isn't good. The more they dwell on the tragedy, the more likely we are to lose them too.
My friends, this is a place of worship. Should your heart quake with sadness, cast your mind to the heavens and remember the teachings of the old gods. Did they not implore us to stand fast when waves of sorrow break against our shores?
Know this, my children. There is more ugliness than beauty in this world. To live is to suffer. To drink of calamity and drown in anguish. To toil and be tested, always and ever.
'Tis a perilous path you walk. Death lurks in the dark, and is the sole promise that awaits at journey's end. You will tremble with terror. You will weep tears of anger and despair.
But do not avert your eyes. See your life for what it is. Then will you see how the hardships make you strong.
Every doubt reforged as scales for your armor. Every agony to temper your blade.
Thank you, lad. We'd almost forgotten who we are. My undying gratitude to you as well, my friends. You were searching for Mevon, no? We must return home. I pray you help the boy find his friend.
Gladly. We dispatched what beasts we could, but the roads are still dangerous. Stay together and go in safety.
That was very impressive, what you did back there. Those words seem to resonate with your people.
They should. They were the first spoken unto our ancestors by the divinity of legend. I'm easily upset, and fish are wont to flee a temperamental hand, so I recite the teachings over and over to calm myself.
They're lovely and inspiring to hear, though I imagine they were born of great misfortune.
They are born of life.
The storm said fuck Alize's face.
Good in it. More, many would attest. All the more reason to appreciate the good when you can.
I won't argue with that.
In darkness, seek joy. Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow.
And with that, let us see if we can't find Mevon. Did you see? That beast was chasing someone.
So this is gonna be a really weird time to do this, given everything that was just in that cutscene. But I'm tired of sitting. I kind of need to call it a wrap for today. I don't necessarily want to, but my body is telling me that I should. I've been streaming for 9.5 hours, and while I have been taking breaks, I think we put in a good day. So I'm going to get to a sanctuary really quick, and we're going to call the stream. This will also give me a chance to get everything uploaded, TBH. Because I have today's video and yesterday's video. Those won't be live until the new year, though. But, yeah. We're going to go ahead and call it. Be safe, be kind, have a good night, and we'll see you all tomorrow.